everybody! We are back. Put you over there. Alright, back with some more. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Alright. Not responding. Respond then. Alright. Hey, Brooklyn! Welcome in. I don't think you were here, but two nights ago I ended up beating Slime Rancher 2. So, right now I'm stopping with that game. I'll probably play it in my off time, but like, as far as streaming goes, I think I'm done with it for now. Alright. Right now, I don't know if you ever played the original Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, any of the games, but this is the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. We are in the third case now. We beat the first two cases yesterday. We'll probably only get through the third case today. Maybe part of the fourth. Was that Gavin? We love you. Rock on, everyone. This party's not over yet. Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guests. That's right, baby. The night's just getting started. Thank you for coming to the Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. I actually went. Now I'm playing GD, trying to beat a demon. What's GD? What's GD stand for? Am I old? July 7th, 8:05 p.m. Backstage hallway. This is so cool. Us at a Gaviner's concert. What? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gaviniers putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner show. Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before the case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Clavier. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God-awful, maybe. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got in advance of my next 15 years worth of an allowance. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here at a Gaviner's concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, it was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. I wouldn't either. What the fuck is this shit? Bro's into some weird stuff. Ah, you made it! Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent us along with them. You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, ja. And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Lemmy Roar's singing, right? The siren of the ballad? Oh, yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for the show. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. Lemmy Roar says, you'll praise me too highly. Oh, you're a guy. Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge. Let me introduce Miss Roman Letus. Lemmy Roar's manager and her interpreter, incidentally. It's a great honor for us to be here, and a great honor for Lemmy Roar to be heard in this country. I'm so butchering these names. I'm so sorry, guys. Wingdings. That voice. Just gonna understand it. It's beautiful. Oh. This is probably her speaking another language, but I think her speaking in wingdings are funnier. Ooh, it's Let Me Roar. I'm actually meeting Let Me Roar. I hope that's her name. Let Me Roar, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, flitting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Let Me Roar says, "We have long looked forward to this joint performance." Ah, Let Me Roar, your voice. It is art. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. The fuck are you? I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Let Me Roar's concerts. He's cute, and he's a real good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobai. He is blind. Oh. This is why he never strays far from Let Me Roar. They're always together. They're like characters from some fairy tale. Let Me Roar is so, what's that word? Exotic! And mysterious. She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights into song? That's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music into my lyrics tonight. The Guitar Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Gaviniers hard rock a little rest. Let Me Roar, the stage is yours. The band members will not play during Let Me Roar's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Let Me Roar's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in chords of steel. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care, your hearts aren't stolen away, ja. Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. Where's the murder? Oh shit! Was that meant to happen? He didn't seem very like the fire was normal. That was a nice song though. July 7th, 9:05 p.m. backstage hallway. Wow, wasn't Let Me Roar amazing? I even cried a little. I'm surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that's even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production! What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? You know, is this when the murder's gonna happen? I just feel it. Was that always there? What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art. The guitar serenade is ruined. Ruined! Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Seems a bit pissed. Okay, so he was surprised that his guitar was on fire. It wasn't just me. You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Would burn up a guitar on purpose. But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning one in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Wait, you think the audience thought it was... Sounds like you got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyways, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Achung, today has been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there'd always be days like these. Oh, sorry. Wasn't Lemmy song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. Wait, she sung that in English? I'm sure she practiced a long time for the day. Ah, here. Sugar, sugar, oh that night in your embrace. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting melody. It wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. What's this? A lyric sheet, it's yours. Whoa, whoa, burning on in my heart, fire. Burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire. Take my life away, away. Guitar, guitar, up together in the sky. Signed by myself in Lemuroir. Yippee! Thanks so much! All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Yo! We got a sheet of music. Almost time for the third act of the night. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait, buddy. Okay. You waited long enough. Oh, there's more? Yes, Lemuroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again. Hope you're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. Eh? I like the bit with Lemuroir, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down. Aw, I was supposed to say Tracy. Aw, Apollo, you're getting old. Ah. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Well, I'm going. I'll let the old folks rest backstage, ja. Time to rock. You know what? Hey, you're older than I am. Yeah, bro. You're old. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. Guess the man is really into the police. Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. I thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. Yeah, me too. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow I don't think a rock and defense attorney would work too well. No, probably not. Intercom? An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. That must be the monitor. To monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we have the same kind for my school's PA system. That's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. He looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? I should name this guy Emo. Or Emo. I'm gonna go with Emo. Postcard of Lemuroir. I can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. See, now that's what I would have thought it would have been like. Trissy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. This is what I was pointing out. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. They might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Why would he bring it here then? A delicious bowl of stew. Made of plastic. Huh? The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts? Whatever happened to t-shirts? chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glamorous, but I bet Detective Sky'd have something to say about them. I bet she would. There's graffiti on the mirror. And lipstick. Wait, but the Gaviniers are all guys. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? Yeah, I guess, you know, don't judge. Don't judge what you don't know. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right. Trucy's not here to see me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely. There's an, like, intercom on the floor. Hey, it's you, that red kid. Detective Sky! Don't let that red kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprint powder. A bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing what that glimmer's fop. Apparently he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's a big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Labradore's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there, unless you want a piece of snack ooze in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Yeah, I wonder too. I'm gonna examine first. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh, that's the blue badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Ka-thunk. She snack-ooed me. Serves me right for going out of my... Wait. Sorry, I don't speak snack-ooze. Yeah, she really likes her fucking snacks. What's this, some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Labradore's bodyguard dropped it? Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Ha, if you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're going to be sorely disappointed. I guess they got her to stop munching. That's just guilty on it. It's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. She's snack-ooed me. Bro. She's wasting her food and she's making a mess. The Gavinier is guilty as charged tour posters. Plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is a concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. Do you have to find fault with everything I say? She's really throwing some snacks at me. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. If you want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. I'll take tea. Damn. Alright. Emma? I've never seen someone eat snacks with such immense. Better give her a wide berth. Okay. Alright, so I don't see her. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave then. Am I supposed to do something? Can I talk to you now? Oh, take a look at this. What do you think? That must be a bottomless bag of snack. Bro! Is there anything else I'm supposed to examine? It's the Labradore's dressing room. You didn't think about going in there? I'll... Found it! What was that? Oh shit! Was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way! Emma! Let me roar! Let me roar! It's not locked. I'm going in. Emma, are you gonna get yourself caught up in a murder now? July 7th, 9:30 p.m. Labradore's dressing room. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. Oh shit! Llama Roar's manager, Mr. What's his name? Latus! Oh no! Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? Just talked to him and now... He's alive? Mr. Latus, can you hear me?
Shot. I was shot.
Who? Who shot you?
I don't know. Ask
what?
Ask witness.
Witness? There was a witness? Who?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help us on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latus. Tell me, who's the witness?
The witness is Siren.
Siren? No, can't a siren witness anything. Don't close your eyes! Don't do it! Don't do it! Mr. Latus! Yipes. Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. Could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. Is Mr. Latus? He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Oh, fuck. Romain Latus shot, and I heard his last words. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. July 7th, backstage hallway. The fuck are you?
The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go.
Good work, Darien.
I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later.
It's investigation time then, Frulien detective. I don't need some rock and roll prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one on staff or otherwise anything of this. Ooh, a gag order. No word gets out other than that Mr. Latus is dead. No word of cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even the Mirror. Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this here forehead. Yours too, Fraulein. On that, investigation request? Why just us? You two are civilians. Standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Right, well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, and one tip for you. Huh, me? Try not to get in the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses. And now none of us can go home. We'll investigate, alright. Our way. Somehow I don't see us getting back to the crime scene anytime soon. Still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No, let's just get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Latus's last words. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Alright, we need all the evidence we can get. Give me this. What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone. Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset. What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Latus might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing, LED, is lit. It must be on. Can I not pick it up? Alright, we need stuff that's gonna actually help us. So we're moving. July 7th, Gavinier's dressing room. Huh, looks like nobody's here. Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case too. No rest for the wicked. No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rockin'. Rock, rock. Alright, let's get cracking. Look, it's a postcard of Lemmy Roar. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before. They must be her native tongue. Borginian. Borginian, huh? Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe they have to carry around hot pots or something. They're a little thick. Couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those. That's exactly what I was thinking. Well, it wasn't. Someone drew the Gavineer's mark in lipstick here. Lipstick. I like to wear lipstick someday. Oh? You don't use lipstick yet, Trucy? Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says. You'll be waiting a long time then, I'm afraid. Okay, I'll try to look for actual important things. July 7th, Leberor's dressing room. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Latus did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want. Look at those stacks for me. Please. Think of poor Leberor. Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. Just letting us look. She's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Boom. We have to look at everything. There's 2 bullet holes in the wall. The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Latus's last words. Bullet holes. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe that we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch, sounds painful. No kidding, I wonder about the murder weapon. Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Brooch. Oh, Emma? You're not going to say, can I have it please, are you? No. Or, oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. We'll investigate all the information we can later. Huh, another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the step ladder, and more worried about why it's there. Why is a ladder there? Well, to climb, right? There's something on the ceiling? I still say it's a step ladder. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies? Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. How did the killer worry about your size, Trucy? I didn't do it. I was cutting up the dance floor at the time. Thank you. I know. Of course I didn't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? There's another Gavineer's poster here. I'm just about sick of seeing these personally. Maybe I'll tear it down, haha. No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me. What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, Illegal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Apollo! Look at that thing, it's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait until you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law. Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? Ooh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know, but still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa, 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 stop it. Are you too crazy? You of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please, grow up. Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that? It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right, no harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it isn't possible. You could peek into the room for it though, you know. And it does say do not open. Somebody opened it. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room? This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. Look at all these presents. Lemon Roar sure is popular. Ooh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of those boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. Could be anything. I'm never having a birthday party again. Don't. This is one of those, things, right? At the barber's. Permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thank you. Better not mess with his hair, Emma. It's part of his identity, you know. Yeah, it's part of my identity. Mess with that, you're gonna ruin everything. What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh. Eek, the flower fell off. What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? It's fine, I'll just put it back, see? How scientific. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right, a big 45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating snack ooze when it happened. I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? You were with me. Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right? I mean, kind of. You know, Apollo, I was wondering. What's a caliber? And what does a 45 mean? Huh? Heh, you want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words, bigger bullets do more damage. Wow, chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it! But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Miss Science? Well... Hush. You shouldn't ask so many questions. That's a body, isn't it? Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Eek! Go ahead, Apollo. You first. Me? No, you should go first. Jersey, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snack ooze again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Looks like he was writing something. Apollo, look at his hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching. Throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. Oh, see there? He's holding something. What's this? A keyring? You think he might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual keyring. And what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. He was writing something. Eek! Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? Something is strange about the blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Yeah, he was definitely trying to write something. The body was holding a keyring. I wonder what that could mean. It must mean something. It doesn't look like the kind Mr. Latouche would use. So the question is, whose keyring is it? Well, you're practically a detective there, Apollo. Practically. I'm glad it brings them so much joy to mock me. The victim, Mr. Romain Latouche, wasn't it? He was Lamoureux's manager and interpreter, apparently. So it was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? Lamoureux. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. Is it not? Always with the snacks. He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the, Borginian Embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true, it was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room? What if they shot through the window? That window is a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. If they didn't escape through the vent, they could have put their hand through the window. I mean, it's small, but you can see through it. We'll move out to the stage. It's like a mess out here. July 7th in the wings. The stage looks empty. I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin. Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess. Not really. We can examine stuff. Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. Can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. I love that one. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound. Well, I guess we could fiddle. Let's see here. Don't touch that. A healthy curiosity is a key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says. They should require parental testing, clearly. I don't know about that piece of paper. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a real contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that. Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such. I don't think use a step ladder. I prefer step ladders, really. Is that so wrong? Not wrong, just, well, why do you prefer step ladders? They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. What a big stage. It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar. The lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert. I'd love to do an act on a stage like this someday. Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please. You'll be too blinded by magic to worry about the lights. You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic. Alright. Alright, so now we can start looking at the evidence. Sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though. So, if it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin? I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you could do that with a safety pin, too, for that matter. Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin. Oh, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. Let me get another don't point that at me. Yikes, don't point that thing at me. Don't worry, I'm an old hand with firearms. I have one that shoots bullets. I don't want it shooting any bullets, thank you. Not those bullets, silly. My gun shoots bullets. The magic cat. A cat. Comes out of a gun. I can tell by your expression you've never heard of that trick. It's a great one. Honestly, that one sounds halfway interesting. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see? Revolver, revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess. You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? So many different words, so many different people. People like Jersey. Oh, nothing else to investigate about this, I guess. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped keyring. The middle key is shaped like a guitar. I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case. Guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to. Goro? Oh, I mean... yeah, it kind of has his emblem on it. Are there other things worth examining in here? This decorated a high school dance. Oh, I think our decorations were paper, not cheese. The Gaviniers are into change. It's part of their image. Huh, no kidding. Ever since they used change on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up. They're really into the whole police thing, aren't they? It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on. They don't have to turn on the red light. Police uniform hangs on the stand here. Ooh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's okay. You don't have to get that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just another face in the crowd. Really? You think so? I guess you're right. Now I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there? Maybe they used it for interrogating bad guys? Fess up to what you did, and we'll let you eat that stew. That's just mean. It gets worse, see? If the bad guy confesses, they say, okay, eat it. If you can. See? It's made of plastic. It's like you don't even know which ones are the real bad guys. I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy. None of these really seem like evidence. Guess we'll go back to the hall lab. It's like an instrument case. Big instrument case. It's a great magic trick you can do with one of these. Huh? Kind. The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case. Illusion. So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape. So picky. I'm thirsty, Apollo. Want something to drink? How about this one? A steel samurai soda. No, a real steel flavor. Huh? Here, my treat. Hey, this isn't enough change. The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. Yeah, okay. So this is the murder weapon. This revolver is incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Well, nothing. Hey, no fair, tell us. It just, something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? What's strange about it? Oh no! Is there like something I'm missing? Is there like a bullet I can see? What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns like this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I got to eat curry, I ordered extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. And that's not a problem. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet the killer uses a revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Just shooting a high caliber weapon. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks! And she left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate? Oh well, I guess he can't be helped. Let's go. Go. Time's a wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. No! We're gonna go, and something's gonna happen to the scene. Somebody's gonna close the window or something. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's just leave. What could go wrong? Lies up in the backstage hallway. The fuck are you? Eee. Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever he was, he sure looks suspicious. Am I gonna... I doubt it. We've seen it happen. Alright. Notice something in the wings. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Machung. You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gavineers, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darien on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. Huh? What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I bet. My all going to start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was all that about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tiny playing of yours? The tinny playing of yours? Who are you calling tinny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hi up. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait, you were what? Listen, need to confirm that with the Republic of, Morginia Detective Crescent. Right, anything else? What? Did he just call him detective? Oh, greetings. Oh god, his hair's long. Darien Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3. Hello? Criminal Affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gavineers, do you? Something tells me that's about to be remedied. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? A murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog, his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latouche than I do. For now, at least. You were the one who found the body, Jacques. While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to Ferrelli and Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies as they are. I'm in Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin could shed some light on things we found. I don't believe you, Apollo. You come to this concert and not know about the Gavineers. It's not surprising why. Even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. The Gavineers aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years hard time for love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is the prosecution's wife. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really.
Heh, this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk. Just like today.
Don't Murder would be a bit more off-putting than a room concert. The concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed a cue. They missed cue. They were arguing about that before. Right. I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. What's this missed key you keep talking about? Oh, you've heard it, didn't you? From the audience? Actually, I didn't notice, actually.
See, no amateur's going to pick up on that.
Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we have come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry.
This is about one of the devices used in recordings.
We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Wow, neat. So could you say, hear only the drum part? Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want to help in the case? Then help me with mine. Guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. Simply choose a section of the song you wish to hear at the uppermost bar, like so. There it is. Now, listen. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely. I feel like it's when that, yeah, the drop goes. Now. Ah, the timing's a little off, isn't it? You see? There! We're at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it.
An amateur on the mixing board, maybe.
We're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crumb until we're perfect. Perfect!
Here he goes again.
Right. Here, amateur, you will prove my point. Not me. We'll find the miscue. Will tell us which part is the guilty part. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders to adjust the value for each part. Then you will find the part that's hopelessly bungles at the cue with A and D. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. Use to yeah. Hold on. It was fucking this.
I'll listen to the rest, but...
That sounds. I think it's literally 3. It's gotta be 3. Where's it 2? No, it's 2. This part's off. Which is that, Second guitar? It was you, Darian. Oh, well. Looks like the cat's out of the bag. Oh, well. That's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love. What if we have nothing on? Can we hear the gunshot? I feel like what if that's like what the point is? Yeah. Alright. Bro, you're a prosecutor. This is kind of your job. You don't have a choice. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That's... Does it look familiar? Familiar, it's mine. It's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo! How could he make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim, you mean Mr. Latus had my keys? Indeed. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that. Apollo, Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help? Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us. And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? No. What? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting. And something about your guitar keys being busted. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. My keyring? It's got all my keys on it, Ja. My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring... It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... It's the very one. Up in flames. And right on stage 2. I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Latus's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these.
Strange days indeed.
You think?
What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen, then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage, and Mr. Latus dies.
Yes, and?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? Meaning... Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me.
What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned.
You... I think what I'm thinking, you're thinking. Are you Frolian?
I am?
What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here.
Name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well... I guess, you know, something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy.
He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am.
Huh?
No. Give your forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection. Shall we?
Evidence?
Better think of something pronto.
Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles? Is it this?
Take that!
It's this, isn't it?
Lyric sheet? The guitar serenade? What's that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Frolian hadn't pointed it out.
What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles.
Maybe it's a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Frolian? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin's today is predicted in the lyrics to the song.
What? No way.
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet, first the keyring was stolen, and not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding keys. And next is a guitar burst into flame. Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away. And then Mr. Latus was killed. Like a bullets of love, fire, take away my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today here, the song predicted it all?
Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics.
But it would go through all that trouble.
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you've stumbled upon something quite vital. And quite annoying, Frolian. She looks pleased.
The lyrics predicting the crime? Clever.
Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me.
I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder?
The keyring might have been dropped by accident. Yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics.
That sounds likely.
Why would anyone do that?
While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about this, Mr. Latus.
All right. Thanks, Darian.
I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here.
A foreign national, Mr. Latus was killed. It seems like that would have to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. Ja. I guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lemuror to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lemuror is now? I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi Tobai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Latus's sudden passing. The Governor's dressing room. Got it. Okay. July's having backstage hallway. You again. Eek! Who's there? goes again. Who's that guy?
Huh? Jersey?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Try 7 Gavinier's dressing room. Ah, Lemuroir! Wait, what? What has happened? I heard that Mr. Letus has died.
Lemuroir, you speak?
I mean, you speak English?
Yes.
Was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. Or Borginian? Oh, but I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Letus your interpreter? That, yes, well, it was Mr. Letus's idea. And he thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your penis is also... No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me.
Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out how to pronounce his name. I'm butchering way too fucking much. Lamior. Laminor. Lamiwa? What? Lamiwa. Hold on.
Lamiror. Lamiror.
Lemiro? Lemiro? I don't know. Okay, I think Borgidian's just made up. Okay.
Now, please tell me. What has happened to Mr. Letus? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Letus was... Trucy. Huh?
My board prosecutor Gavin said not a word.
But Mr. Letus isn't Nemiro's manager. Is that fair to her? I mean, isn't she a related party?
Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to learn, I suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course, I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. Can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lemuror. What is it, Machi? What? You'd be alone.
What seems to be the problem?
Machi, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be alright?
Sure, of course. I don't trust that. What Pro's not blind. I don't believe Blur is blind.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it.
I started out singing in a restaurant.
Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say.
You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Jersey.
The Mirror, you're not from Borginia originally.
Were you born here?
Well...
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes, it is something like this.
A contract, you might say.
I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public.
Image is important, I guess.
It's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound.
A painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music.
That's the secret of your music's beauty, right? Very perceptive.
Oh, I just use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Shusi. This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Borginian. Lemur means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Oh, siren. You're a pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale, almost. I notice he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are Lemuror. Together, always. Mr. Latouche was my new manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Latouche at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter. Interpreter? Even though you speak English. Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Latouche from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Mr. Latouche was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that it has become so well known. The siren. That's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right, Lemuror? That is the meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. But how? When we found Mr. Latouche, he was still alive. What? I heard him say something. His last words. He said siren. Really? I was the only one in there to hear it. But I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latouche said that? Asked the witness. And you're the siren, Lemuror. Did you see what happened? Lemuror? Might I ask, are you with the police? Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests yet. Is that a problem? Doesn't an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lemuror, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? She witnessed the crime. Why won't you tell us? I believe we are through here. I believe so. I doubt she wants to see anything. It reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes. Well, it may be mine. Yours, Lemuror? I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. Or is it brooch? I think it's brooch. It was Lemuror's. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Do you mind taking a look at this, Lemuror? I'm sorry. I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help you. Don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've had. It's late. 12:22 a.m. Backstage hallway. Whoa. Who's there now? It's you. Where were you? Heck, Emma. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe it was about asleep in the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Mr. Latuse's body has disappeared. What? I knew I shouldn't have left. July 8th. Memorial's dressing room. Ah, Prosecutor Gap. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. Right, Mr. Latuse's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Why'd we leave? Quite the pickle, quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the There's no need for alarm, Frogman Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latuse's body just disappear? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but...
Yes, Darian?
See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Geeter? Who's Geeter?
That's what I call my guitar. You like man?
The guitar was stolen. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or greeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds the guitar, please bring it to our dressing room.
Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found man.
Well, it sure is a... What did he call it? Sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry. What else I could say? It's alright. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snack foods would do the trick nicely. Watch your sugar intake, Emma. Don't make me re-examine everything. There should be a body here, but there's not. What must have happened and why? I don't know. I doubt showing you this is gonna do me anything. Emma, could you take a look at this? It's not a bad snack is. What's important is that Mr. Lucius's body's missing. We've got to find it. There's no way. Okay. I'm gonna go with an I doubt it, but it's not in here, is it? If it's in one of those things, I'm gonna like be just like, yeah, it's late. 12:57 a.m. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Check it out. I'm not sure that's all that important right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage. This. The stage here must have been lowered before. It's the tower that Lemmer Warren and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that or take a look up top. Take a look up top. Maybe we should get ammo. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Stop pointing and start climbing. It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! Is it the body? Found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist Machi Tobai. What the fuck? July 8th, 10:09 a.m. We're at Anything Agency. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Roman Latuse. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Morning. Prosecutor Gavin! What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night, after all. Yet? The powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lemmer was invited from Borgini as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital to that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Hey, forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. I think I like the side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What? Did you just say, me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. You mean Machi? Machi wants me? This is why we've been waiting. This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get moving. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lamoureux. Right. Later. Welcome to this. Is he also going to be able to speak English? Because if so, that'd be crazy. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. Machi, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you. Hi, maybe you can tell me about last night? Huh? I was wondering, realize how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's known. Maybe Lamoureux can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Oh, why don't we have Google Translate? Oh, what are we going to do? That's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do, but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Okay. Okay, now we get into the good stuff. July 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom, number 3.
Court is now in session for... How do I say that?
Machi Toba, Your Honor. The pixie of the Arpego.
Right, this trial. Court is in session.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution's A-OK, Your Judge.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My opening statement, job.
No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes?
Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them?
Eh?
I mean, you wouldn't say, get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down.
What are you talking about?
Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son.
The Chief Justice?
His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. Thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just see what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck, Air Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Letus, age 35. The global manager for Diva Songstress Lamoureux. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber rifle. This report has all the details.
The court accepts evidence.
Okay.
45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
Yep, he was knocked off alright. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved.
I suspect the victim's condition could have been much worse considering.
What about the, rating? 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed. The other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit.
I see him. The court accepts as evidence.
Diagram entered the court record.
If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room is only one entrance to the door.
That does seem to be the case, yes.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course.
But that's impossible.
Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person.
One person?
That is, of course, the defendant, Mochi Tobai.
Only the defendant could have committed the crime. But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime seem to make it clear.
Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand.
Bro. Emma! Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired, somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. Alright, first testimony. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. Examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. Huh? How the fuck would you know that?
It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
But that door is the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. And I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like they need a bit more information.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Okay. The night of the murder, I was in security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day. You might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day, at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys! The whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show, I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possibly simply misplaced them? Misplaced them. Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own.
What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
Bro, that was not the time. Love, slow acting and new. Etriquin is waiting for you. He is singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor, drift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task.
I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands?
Please, the testimony.
We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Frolian special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then, so nothing fishy yet. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. We were the one chatting. I was eating snack ooze.
Ah, hey, no snacking in court.
And you're sure the shots came from Lemuro's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Oh, thanks. So, how about Emma? We were right. There had to be a mistake about that.
Please, either talk or eat. Not both at the same time.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer here opened the dressing room door. Or dressing room door. Hey, Flora, welcome in. I'm good. How are you? Rock. Blaring, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring, perhaps, to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right, when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They pipe sound from the stage and the backstage to the speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. The stream going so far? Very good. How about you, though? Like, how's your day, you know? In general. You doing anything fun? Did they have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gavineers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the side of the crowd.
Good to hear that music playing.
Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed up the scene and started my investigation. This is why I'm interesting. Good. I'm glad to hear. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from that room, the door. A small window only opened up a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent.
Ah!
Uh-oh. But that air vent was way too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to the rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child.
The defendant?
The pixie of the arpeggio fitted up towards the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there's no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence.
Evidence? What?
Marks were found on the air vent grill.
Well, I didn't know this.
Traces that had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tobai's fingerprints. What? What? Uh-oh.
Order! Order! Order!
That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one can pass through the vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, who's that whooping it up in the audience? This was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive, indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make it a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
Can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence,
the prosecution has presented our proof plain and clear. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain.
Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. You better come up with something quick.
I know. We can get us out of this. We need evidence, or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that...
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now.
This is it. So soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim there was no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Etro Queen, my love.
Is this your favorite game? I'm on the third case. It's a part of a trilogy, so I can't say it's my favorite, but I'm enjoying it. I really like these kind of like drama kind of like games. The original Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy was by far one of my favorites, so we'll see.
There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh, wow, really now? But how did you come to the process knowledge that prosecution clearly does not?
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this.
What's going on? It's when he was alive! When do you stream? Mainly Wednesdays and Thursdays and nights after work. What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
All we know is what Air Forehead says he said. So testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
Objection!
But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem irrelevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for.
Just not fearing backing out. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Take that!
Lammeror.
Recall from Mr. Toose's last words.
Yep. The siren. The siren. Aha! He meant the siren.
That's right, the siren of the ballad. Lammeror. Lammeror was only on stage for the second set. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lammeror to the witness stand.
Lammeror would say nothing on the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is.
Yeah!
Beat it out of her. It has been a distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You were too kind.
You can speak English.
Yes, I can. Though I'm not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I, too, thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course.
What's that?
Lammeror suffers from amnesia.
Amnesia?
Lammeror is not my true name, but I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As a lauded singer, Lammeror, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lammeror.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. Am I being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lammeror, let me be frank. I do not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand.
My streaming dates, I stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and sometimes at night after work. Those are my streaming dates. So every other night.
Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. Then I returned backstage after the second set. And then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something bad had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it, she saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her longer than she needed to be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Lammeror wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
I don't know. What are her thoughts?
What I saw nothing.
Hold it!
But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you. Mr. Latouche. How can I tell you what I don't know? Lammeror, he said you were a witness with his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say but that night. It was a great concert. You heard me sing? Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Apollo, now's not time. Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. On my, one on my gavel would be nice.
Air Judge.
What's this?
It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving.
What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy.
Apparently his grandson's a big fan. Let us continue, shall we, if you would, everyone. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. Was Machi with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So much for an alibi for Machi. With Machi, correct? How was he then? He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latus's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far. We sat there, waiting. How was the incident explained to you? I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latus died. Of course, investigations require some security. But Mr. Latus was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand. Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lemur lying. She must not be lying, but she's hiding something. But wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder?
Yeah, okay, shoot, I don't, okay. Doubt this isn't gonna do anything. Yeah, no, I'm trying to. I'm confused as shit. This is like the first testimony, really, too. She saw nothing. That night I was witnessing the stage. Trying to figure this out. Oh my god, no. Did not return backstage. I feel like this is it.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Sorry, Lemuror, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Well, that's Lemuror. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime. What? Lemuror? How did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? As Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you've been wearing it during your performance that night. What is the meaning of this? Lemuror, please explain. Lemuror? You're fucking with me. She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak of. Did she really say all that? She's talking about Apollo. When the incident occurred. Is she talking about that? There's room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. I'm gonna make sure no one comes in, right? Yeah! Sure, Latus, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I flicked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this is where your brooch. So this is when your brooch dropped. It explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. That's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch. Your forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. She looked at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. A forehead shouting, "Who's there, no doubt?" A horrible voice indeed. Ugh. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. It's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lemuror, you did look into the room, though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. Okay. A wall. Was there a wall there? Is what in English? Division or partition, I believe. With a large dressing room divided into two halves. And the murder took place in the inside half. I guess this partition might have hidden the body. Guess that's kind of possible. What did you see in that brief glimpse? I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice. You shut the door. I've always wondered, there, forehead. Does that voice of yours lack a value now? It's my cords of steel, man. Just back off. Repeat that.
Gotcha!
The late Mr. Latouse's body, you say? Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latouse's death than you were saying. What? I can see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible, after all. Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot? One moment, Limmeror. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. Limmeror, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but... your words just now contradict your testimony. Eh? How could that be? Take this! More contradict your own testimony. Is it this?
Take that!
I do not understand the meaning of contradiction. It is you contradict, Mr. Justice. Huh? Your evidence is meaningless. Oh, shit. Why did he have to be shot? Oh, I'm gonna die. Tell me, Lemuror. How did you know he had been shot? Oh, shit. Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. Your testimony, you told the court. No one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Did you know that Mr. Latouche had been shot? How could you have known? Yeah! Yeah, I got you.
I got you.
Aurora, you weren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Ah, now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. Only a glimpse that you knew there were bullet holes. Yes, I recognized them immediately. I'd seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. To go wherever my voice is needed, those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lemuror someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too. This I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. How, though?
Objection!
Lemuror, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, Ja. Come on, can it be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lemuror, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes? They were in the wall. Doors on. Eh? You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen these bullet holes. Yeah! Exactly. Welcome in, honey.
Lemuror? Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes, the happenings of this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
But she knew how Mr. Latus died. You named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemuror. Very well. Lemuror, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. Bro! She's clearly lying! A new testimony?
What I saw, too.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. Couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Air Forehead.
Very well. Here, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You're right about Lemuror. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong.
Alright. So you were heading towards the dressing room? Yes. So it was a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. But at the same time, Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back.
That kind of makes sense then.
What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it's said, yes? You need not worry, Lemuror. Her choice of words is impeccable. There's a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers the detail? A little window on the wall.
I saw the crime from there.
It wasn't open, though. 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This is when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer. There were 2 portals at the scene. No contradiction so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi. It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure? Yes, quite certain. Ha 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 ha. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Apollo. What were you thinking? Trucy, just listen to what Lemuror has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see.
A grown person.
That's a little vague. I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latus? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? It was Mr. Latus who spoke. I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window, and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? Ah! Shit, I don't know.
Well, I'd have to say it's pretty good, Vital. Vital, even. Shows that the shooter wasn't Machi. Huh. Surely you can't be serious, Air Forehead. Why not, Lemuror? I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
No one bats an eye when he says stuff like that.
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room.
Yes, and when the murder took place.
That window was closed. Exactly, but I don't think I had anything to prove that.
Very hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lemuror, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say? And the victim named her the siren as a witness?
That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche.
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Air Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that with the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lemuror can't testify, we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Donkey. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again.
Objection!
Wait, let me hear Lemuror's testimony one last time. This cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as needed for as arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready yet, Forehead?
Hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fraulein Detective, how far have we gotten? How far have we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you want, Mr. Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
I guess there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you was standing in front of it.
The air vent isn't very big, see? I know limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
Sure would. Not if she would have been in there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does need a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. Circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember where we found Machi? It was bizarre.
She's right. Why did Mr. Latouche's body disappear from the room?
And end up on top of that stage tower.
Holding a guitar, no less.
Perceptive observation, Air Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You can get a nose for things.
He sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lemuror's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Lemuror's song?
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
Its code?
All the events that day followed lyrics to our song?
It did, yeah.
First, the keys, my heart, held on so tightly, were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on the stage. Mr. Latouche's life was taken by a bullet. There was hardly his explanation. Guitar, up together, to the sky.
But that's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I'd admit, I'd forgotten about the song. There it is now, waiting for me. Grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs, but counting the songs? But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Air Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song into dance. Let's get on to the next, the cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
Hold it!
Would steal a body just to match some lyrics. I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence. As the Fraulein Detective says. Let's begin with the first verse. 2 points, Fraulein Detective. What, you want me to sing it?
You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as vocalist is not trivial. Fine, fine. Ahem. Let's look at the first part of the lyric, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped key ring was stolen this morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. His life was taken away by a bullet. Bravo, Fraulein Detective. Your singing is not so bad. Now for the finale. Guitar, guitar, up together in the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Lettuce was found with the guitar high in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences can be so well conceived. He's right, scientifically speaking. What would Waki have said? That concert was whack. It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, shoot her. The shooter.
Hold it!
Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? Well, my scientific opinion? No clue. A deep reason. Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if I had a reason, and worse if he had none. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. For a detective, I take offense at the description.
Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say.
Yes, this crime was planned for sure.
Hold it!
But Mr. Lettuce spoke English. You may have come to this country before. I looked at that, I assure you.
Oh?
It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he returned. He learned English on his own.
Great.
You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. What did you say?
Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song?
Of course not, and I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. Yeah, even in my textbooks at school. And I've never heard of them. What does that say about me? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up. Glimmer boy.
Hold it!
What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The wall was fine, too.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, Ja. Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
Those bullet holes will come back to haunt me. Think Justice, what do I do now? Boom! Sure, there were bullet holes in the left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver is a very large caliber, correct?
The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon. Why could have dislocated their shoulder?
Exactly. Defendant Machi Tobai is, you can see, is tiny. It's not hard to pick. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim.
Uh-oh. A convincing argument, to be sure.
Haha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny? And the gun throwing him off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Oh. It does not matter why he missed.
What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Ah! Cripes. I'm gonna put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts out of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well. The witness will have to serve her testimony. Right. Fuck.
Hold it!
You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. But you merely raised a possibility. Fraulein the detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent.
Objection!
But wait, if he was blind, how would he have known about the air vent in the first place? Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein detective, if you would care to explain. Certainly seems sure of himself. Call the crime scene if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobai. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the stepladder was doing there. Oh. Looks like the defense objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, there, forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps? Never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have anything? Don't you have anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Fine, accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Air Forehead. Exactly what I'm up against here. The prosecution is saying that shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Okay, where's my proof that the shooter could see? What proves the shooter can see with their eyeballs? The only thing that seems plausible is this.
Take that!
I'm not sure. Oh, no! Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Fucking shit. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be.
Objection!
I have to prove it. What do I say now? Okay, good.
We need proof that the shooter could see. What proves it? Not this. Not this. Not this. Well, there was something like, oh, well, she would have had to know something about this, but this? I don't fucking know. I'm so at a loss here.
Hold it! Objection!
Okay. Just to prove the killer can see. Ah! This? Clearly this doesn't prove it. I doubt this proves it. Oh my god. I don't know. I'm gonna lose here.
Take that!
This is that evidence. A photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us the something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, Ja. What? Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Oh! Oh no! It's gotta be this. Oh no!
Take that!
This contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head? Much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it! At least I think I get it. Goodwood, Father. When Mr. Letizia was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. It does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name out of the killer. And that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Letizia was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was. Wait. Once he saw what it was? But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Oh! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Yeah, it could be possible. I did it! God. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this all means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see, yet up until now.
It seems I owe the court an apology.
The Gaviniers are a band
With law enforcement ties, yet the murder occurred during our concert, apparently. Apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us? I've got an idea. Let's rock with these documents. But before that, I have a question for the fraudulent detective, if I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Moji Tobai is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lemurior lead him all the time in the hand? Or lead him around by hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobai. According to this, Machi Tobai can see perfectly well. What? Okay. His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever, Borginians. He can see quite well.
Objection!
But you said... What did I say exactly? Here, forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed that the defendant was blind. The only one who did it was fraudulent detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider, Machi Tobai sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. Well, what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Air Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Air Forehead. Yeah. Well, shit. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. What was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Ha ha ha, oh sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angry at the trucing now, look out.
If we could please end the bickering now.
Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clues to solving this case if it kills me.
Well, your testimony's already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that. Aha! What? This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what it was really written here. Really? You could do that? That's right. With this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Oh yes, have we done those tests yet? Ha! As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Great, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of this entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hands are shaking. Ugh. Let's do this. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX 314206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot.
Aha, I have it. So, what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looks familiar. This is an Interpol ID number.
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Good show, fraudulent detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darren, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes.
No, give me 27.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's cases are airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent...
Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility.
A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Matthias know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait Darren's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai. What are you talking about? Fallen Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Forehead? Huh? Me? Machi Tobai pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on to the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? No, that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Oh my god! Is it this? Actually, no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. It's gotta be this.
Take that!
That is... Namor?
Namor and Machi Tobai. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Namor and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him into the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times?
Did we just learn something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed? Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Are they saying... Really? They're saying that Lamior is blind? Really, it was the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamoror.
What's this? So you mean to say that Lamor is... She's...
Yes, Your Honor. Lamoror is blind. What? Even I'm confused.
Order! 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 This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain, this time. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamoror herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does that mean for her case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lamoror.
What the... Then what about her looking through the window? Or going backstage? I don't understand. Lamoror, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must ask. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes. She really can't see? Really? It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in a Norwegian countryside
would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are... Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamaror. Know, too, that my memories began in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamaror. I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, Forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah. Now, Lamaror, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. What the... I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial. I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There's one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay. There's only one part that bothered me. Okay. Perhaps your music reminded him of the Norwegian scenery? No, it was quite the opposite. The opposite? According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality. Global? Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts. Which is why my music has reached so many. What a lovely story. Sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all. My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I'm represented in the world so much. Yeah, one thing quickly led to another. My day's going good. How about you? Well, come on in.
Hold it!
Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter in sound? That does not matter so much to me, really. But the label is quite concerned about it, I think. Landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play, huh? I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lamaror. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity.
Hold it!
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager, so he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You're thinking of when he discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. That's what I'm thinking, too. It's a good game. He's alive. Yeah. So he told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren. Heard the name many times along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them all well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before that? That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. That's what I was just thinking. He's talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, therefore, Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Order, order. Call Lamour's events earlier in the earlier testimony.
I'm away from the backstage to the backstage exit. For 2 shots. Couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots.
I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through the window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots. And the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you say we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
It's Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darren.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Roman Latouche.
What?
Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamour's manager is just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. Concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Roman Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how this ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Oh, wait.
Lamour, is something the matter?
The voice just now. Darren? Darren? Sir Darren, is it? It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him.
You aren't saying... The voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired was him. It's Mr. Darren. Is this some kind of joke?
What?
No way. Courtroom found in such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamour fingering Darren Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, but he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamour heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo.
Oh! Well, we survived!
July 9th, 2:12 p.m. Right Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial is today, I was thinking. You gave it a score. What score would you give it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, or maybe, well... I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague.
Clearly.
Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Oh, I can't say I'm any less confused about the case.
I'm interested. And the victim, Mr. Latouche. Would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent.
What a mess. I don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lamour told the whole court.
Wasn't he on stage, though? Was that why he fucked up? It's not a mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top-secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. It's a new area. July 9th, Detention Center. Visitors room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, near event. And he lied. Lied? Machi Toba, I can see. Ah, Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matters, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well go to want to stay off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. Okay. So, what did you think of the trial today? Ooh, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. To be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? What? I'm glad Lamaror testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darren of Gaviners, detective. Wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take some time to something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamaror can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. This makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. So bro can actually speak English is what we're hearing. Oh. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woo, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. And you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection? Look, that weather has nothing to do with the lawyers. Let's get going already. Guilty as charged, that's funny. I don't think there's anything out here that needs examining. Ah, Mr. Attorney. I'm Roar. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. We're merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh? You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? That was quite a statement that you made today in court about hearing Darren Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. I believe that, though. They say if you lose one sense, your other senses get heightened, so... I'm willing to believe it. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darren and Mr. Latouche were talking about something? The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darren's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as La Mirror. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia. And he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his fingers on my palm, signal to me things I should know. He's a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latouche. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So, you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover, but someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became La Mirror. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant these days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming La Mirror is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, La Mirror. I thank you, Machi. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. I still want to know about this, though. It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small, maybe no one's noticed it. I kind of want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. Maybe we should grab it. Just maybe. Okay, I don't see anything new in here, so. Found Machi Tobi's fingerprints on that air vent. It's with the long face. It's a little lackluster, you know. Lackluster. I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is going to pay good money to see a trick like that. Things must look different through a magician's eyes. It'd be much cooler if the killer got out through that tiny window. Don't go there. You'll get your head stuck. Hey, look. A part of the carpet has been torn up here. That was the part we did the luminal testing on in court. Luminal, right. You know what I couldn't stop thinking? Who's going to pay for this carpet? As long as it's not us. Maybe. The shooter? I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. It was the window where La Mirror saw the crime from. Wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? That doesn't... It's almost like they're saying that these rooms were soundproof. You tell me there's nothing new to examine here? I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latus up on top of that tower. Yeah, he used to not like high places. Now I hate them. It's not like he would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Oh, that reminds me. Danny's bad with heights, too. Huh? No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green, and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Have I gotten anything new? Wait, so can I not how am I presenting her stuff then if she's blind? Gary did it. Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh, Interpol. They're the guys who catch international criminals. Can't they just call them the international police instead of making them some silly names? Yeah. Anyway, do you think he was investigating Lemma Roar? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is what all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. It's about a palm coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. What if it was something that has something to do with something? That something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. So what's Remote 2's up to? We need evidence. I need something. I'm just gonna skip through this dialogue because I just want to know. Yeah, we know about this already. Oh. We need to prove that he can. I'm gonna guess that he can speak English. I just don't know how we're gonna prove for this. I'll be back, everyone. Hello, everybody. I am back. So we have to find clues as to why or how this character can speak English. It's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers? Do I look like a beautician? A beautician? I just know that they dry your hair and give you a permanent. It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know? Okay, how about a perm machine? Or you could go more simple, like permer. This isn't a bad game thinking of official names for things. Not that it makes the name actually official or anything. Okay, we gotta figure this shit out. A stack of presents for Lemior. Oh shit! You know they could give me you could give me a present, Apollo. Here, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks. She must not get a lot of presents. Poor girl. Oh, that's just sad. That's one heavy-duty bouquet here. I have trouble thinking of flowers as being heavy-duty. But they call lots of things heavy-duty. Not flowers, they don't. What about a heavy scent? I think you mean heady. What if these flowers were plastic? They still wouldn't be heavy. Okay, what if they were made out of metal? What, like a magnolia made out of steel? Exactly, though I hope all my fans don't start throwing metal flowers at me. I don't think they're gonna. Okay, we gotta figure this shit out. Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. That revolver really was something else. I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it. Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career. Daddy always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen him up. Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it. Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet. Foreshadowing? Is there anything I can present to her that, like... I'm gonna go with no. I don't need autoplay on. See, because... Am I missing something? Am I missing a piece of evidence somewhere? I don't want to have to look through everything again. So enjoy the Gaviner's mark and lipstick here. Lipstick. I like to wear it. See, because like some of this dialogue is just the same. This just wouldn't make sense, I don't think. Like, why doesn't it let me skip through these things? I've read them before. I know they were in different days, technically, but that just doesn't make sense. And clearly that headpiece on the ground isn't anything. All the electronics, they must be sound related. Setting a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle? No. We've already did fiddling. And he's gonna talk about fitting her in them, right? Yeah, or 5 trucies. Like, there's just nothing here. Unless there's something I have to go and, like, look at here. Uncle Pip! Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. What's that creature there? Oh, that's the police mascot, the blue badger. Yep, it's life-size.
Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like it when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing the true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. I'm not, though. Look, a message entered for the guilty as charged tour. Giant Prosecutor Gavin stares all over the arena. Ooh, maybe we can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? Couldn't even get that thing through the front door. And I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. This is part of some twisted plan of hers to make to make her singing debut, I wonder. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge, and Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on the stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Nothing in here. Lemiora dropped a bomb in court today. It was, Darian. Lemiora said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elven ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow, I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look, those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Alright. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian? Even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gavineers guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh, right. Oh, the Gavineers have a rock-solid alibi. Couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lemiora heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Oh, what if she heard it through the speaker? It was either wrong or lying very badly here. Ah ha 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 ha! Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. It's him! Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a world is whispered. Grimir! Hey, the other day. Hee! Who's there? We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grimir. Valent Grammary. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammary. I've seen it on television. Could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quake or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. He's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all... Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Trucy's real father. Oh, yeah? Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammary. Troop Grammary? No. But it does kind of sound familiar. Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad. Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grammary. Name came to the surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from safe? And then escaped from a high security prison. Said he's a magician? I opened the locks to heart's chain by mediocrity. This is a true miracle of Troop Grammary. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago.
Were you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grimari. Yes, Zack Grimari. Masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Oh, no way. Once upon a time, Troop Grimari included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valiant Grimari, and my partner, Zack Grimari. And the Zack he was my real daddy. Trixie's father, a magician. I guess that makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not that he's gone. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons. 2, in fact. First being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant. I'm sure you are. Not one for honesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum, the first time in 7 years, I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Yeah. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grimari. Will you watch it? Here it is. Yep. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? What's the word? Mysterious. There are many more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ha 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 ha! This Valiant, Grimari has good reasons to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna present you things, and you're gonna show me. No. Huh. I'm wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about, memory vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. Modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes, I was there to watch my trick take it to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Must not, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entrance the audience. Oh. Don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? Aye, Valent Gamari. Now take my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back into the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. The whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. I like, Gremory. Got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemior disappear. How he knows Trucy and her real father. Ha! I got a tape! I'm sorry I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maid. This is why I never trust a translator. Bro, you gotta tell me what's going on. You can't stay silent forever. Let's go look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Valent Gremory. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gremory made me swear to never tell Sel. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during the concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Attached? What's the kind of robot, Apollo? Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can I ask you about this headset, Lemior? You said that all concert staff were wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all the band members, too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. You think someone would know, so they dropped their only communications lifeline. So how is this one laying here? July 9th, Lemior's dressing room. And Emma's here. Uh-oh. So one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? I need the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. We're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? That bloodstain helped to cover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snack news popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guess, you're not going to find any clues in here. Oh, I did find something strange. Something strange? Don't even. Why are we doing this again? Come on, guys. I'm at my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. Could have seen the air duct. And he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lemior's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once for a while in this this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was it true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lemior flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar case caught on fire. In the end, a bullet took Mr. Latus's life, and he went up into the sky with the guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, I know. And I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. Couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, what did you find? So little I must have passed it yesterday. I found this under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. It's sticking up from the edge looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Ooh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say? Uh-oh. That song. Isn't that the one Lemior was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, Rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh. That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Ah, if it isn't Miss Trucy, it is. I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lemior teleportation illusion. Ooh. Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I hoped to notice that piano, and I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemior's vanishing act was your illusion, right? purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troupe Gummery are concerned. So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And well, what it did. Now, speaking of pianos, the piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself. Thanks. I know what you were thinking in that head of yours. Gummery, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Well, you just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and you made a good guess. It was me 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of this time, came down among us. Is that him? His name was Magnifi Gummery. It was he who began the great troupe Gummery. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. And several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled the vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. TV screen, a buried waste. Strip of illusion. But that's not true. I still went to all your shows. That one in the parking lot, down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from our obscurity into fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gummery, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean... Yes, Zach Gummery. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gummery's in show business circles. None. Oh, well, I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gummery. Our founder, Magnifi Gummery, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo chick go, what happened to the chick again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as I thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars of the Gummery crown. Cool, huh? And Zach Gummery was my daddy. Now that Magnifi and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gummery, who brings the Gummery miracle back to the big stage. I am rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. I managed to get off the top of the case so quickly all the time. That's one big piano. Never actually played one. Just give us a right to teach you sometime. Oh good, he can't play either. Kinda feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be a debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Have to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look! This was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch. It's a lighter. So let's just throw this into the piano. Maybe it is a switch. I'm gonna say, just a switch for something that's on. Damn it. That looks like a lighter. Ten for that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in, over. Oh, there's sudden silence. No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? It's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snack ooze. The switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't, you might blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut in our busy times. Alright, Jersey, PI. Please narrate me. What do you think the switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Words could not express my shocking charge, and all I can see before me is the stage hanging me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eyes. True, you're getting on in your ears. How much time left to make your mark, huh? This is not how I was seeing it. So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Okay. Do you think you can take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out signals. No idea what it's for, though. A signal. You mean an electronic signal. What is it, Apollo? Say, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! It's the big idea. Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This party must work like a lighter. You really lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Suppose, at least, we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's get more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. It says you. You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you talking. Anyway, now we know that this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak. Probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from Lamior's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. Also looks like it would cover the stage. Kinda seems unlikely anyone would use this on the stage. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thingy is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. All these little parts, pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes from. Other than that, good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. I didn't think she had a lot to say. I guess if it doesn't concern his machine, he doesn't care. Like, bro. Just I don't see anybody else being here. Oh.
What? Come to laugh at the murder?
Darian.
That old bag opens her pie hole, and wham, bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. Don't want my work while I'm a suspect.
Darian isn't in the best moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
And Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid, rock solid.
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set.
That's right.
Jessica's black, we heard the other guy shot.
Red Frog was going two's dead.
I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing with something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. Slam your response. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime.
Man, I even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
They won't let me work Gavin, so I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? What suspicion? You could stick us. You could be such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud.
He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You heard him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think that Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune. I'll give him that.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much.
Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victim should have come from the Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it, normally.
Oh, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not just a bad idea. Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. That's all I want into that crime scene.
We'll be going now.
Hey, wait.
Yes?
What do you really think happened, really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well,
great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Touch of Darian christened. It's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice.
Okay.
Well, that's an office. So, this is it. The Gavinier's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever.
Well, it's like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, I guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We'd just be waiting quietly, so you won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip magazine.
What's a replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latus.
Latus?
Look, don't talk to me about those Orginians, okay? Just give me that report, chop chop. Stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Sounds like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh?
Hi up. Teehee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough teehee in the world in any case. Have a seat.
Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see?
Huh?
Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom.
What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes, I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead?
I read the funnies.
And you will not have seen this.
Concert of Tragedy. Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does it have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless. Endless, thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, it was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Hmm? Is that a newspaper over there, too? Yes, we're getting people. Go ahead, you club. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is a big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalist didn't see their need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Yours testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lemure was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere on it. You co-wrote it with Lemure, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I'd got a tour of Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lemure's voice? It was a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Jersey. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Machi on piano, that dual-set voice, and myself on the guitar that I borrowed from Lemure. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would have ever had, like Apollo say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. It was a very good. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean the charred lump? Don't call that a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not really charred. No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did this guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? It was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was the one on the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? What's that guitar tying everything that went on? Sounds like something we could ask about. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang? So he put it on the plate for later consumption? You think a rock star can afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Professor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latus? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Us? Who us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you're the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latus was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemure. But how did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemure's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See? Prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in front? It's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Ah, that device looks strange and familiar. There's lightly scorched and there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. Kinda like you after a trial problem. Which part? The burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? This is found in Mr. LeJuice's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica. It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say, other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification or whatever it is of a replica. You mean whatever Mr. LeJuice was after? It seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Burkina. But apparently there is a block of information somewhere along the chain. Oh. There's something either Interpol or Burkina doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. LeJuice went through all this trouble to become Lemur's manager. He's come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemur. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Burgundian. Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough oil on it? Think it's to keep people from eating it by mistake? Yeah, they might think it was an otherwise tastely multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Sample toys. You can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. I don't know how much we're gonna present to him. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention yet. I'm here to get your information. That looks like one of our tour-issued headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fraulein? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was a concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it on the venue and... thought you might want to... No, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fraulein. Teehee, you think? She does look like she belongs on the stage, that's for sure. Gavin, about this remote. Excuse me, did you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You think someone who has such a loud voice would speak more clearly, John? Let's do one of these. This is Apollo. That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene, in Lemur's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, AO Forehead. Thanks? Why, you give me so much information. That igniter, for instance? Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, Guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. Good to say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin.
Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking there, Forehead. We've encountered many incidents in our lives, all of us, not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to the song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, ja. That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Okay. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemior is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What? I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemior's missing. It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Thinking that she's blind and all. Yeah, well, I'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. This place is deserted. Where Lemior went to? She's still kind of around. She seems resourceful. Guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Oh, the stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for the section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yeah, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lemior haps when you think about it. Or has. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like, something's changed. Changed? Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh. I guess someone closed it. Wait. Look. Where the case closes. Something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. What? Eek, Lemior! Lemior! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemior was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Juicy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is way too many. 5:53 p.m. Hickfield's clinic waiting room. Emma, how's Lemior? She okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So? She's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. Found her before it was too late. But that's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was stuck. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. Did she not see? Oh. Alright. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lemior! Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? Okay, what the fuck? After I spoke with you in front of the dressing room, I said someone would approach you. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. You were hit. I knew that very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. And I reached the stage first. The stage. I had overheard maintenance people talking. Power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. Oh. So the assailant couldn't see you. What's in the case? I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call.
Do you have an idea who it might have been? Fortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yeah, when I considered that I was struck high in the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. Sharp. You're much taller than I am. Not as tall as Apollo, so that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? Why would anyone attack you, Lemure? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I give the same answer I give you. I do not know. Let me roar. I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity, as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. Must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia knows of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. I thought you said all in Borginia knew of these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? Cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. This is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? Seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me when the popularity of my songs began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought these... So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latus wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latus had Lemire marked. Couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemire. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, yes, of course. We shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Maybe bro does not know English. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lemure? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about... I would like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well...
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, You know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't. Tracy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Sir Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Let me roar. Please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. He asks you to... Wait, do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have them tell us about it. Very well. Oh! What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Must cure some disease. This doesn't have to do with the judge's brother, right? Or cousin? Or nephew or whatever? It's a cure for... Curatus. A cure for Curatus. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Morginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latus was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, it was Machi? Machi, you weren't... You couldn't be a smuggler. So little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. I said sort of. Oh, and I have a copy of the security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into the country. Is he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home. I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? Just tell us about Mr. Latus's death? This meeting's over. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet? There's a call from Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you either. I never liked you, either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Didn't want to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo. There'd only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I don't know who I'm after now. I'll have it tomorrow in court. To be continued. Excuse me. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. And I think I know why. Tend to bring down a little justice. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Oh. The valet! Gamari! Exclaimed as he walked through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valet? Ah ha 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 ha. Preposterous proposition. How can I stand to stand upon the stand? Why my secret to be free for the plucking? I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. Can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants. Or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemmy Roar's its appearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. Wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Oh, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned to the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition had worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial? Oh. If you read about it yourself. Huh. I'll let you read that article first, Apollo. So the TV Guide pages to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. July 10th, 10:30 a.m. District Courtroom number 3. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again? Machi Tobei. Tobai. Our suspect, Fortissimo. Right. It's a trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. Just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Curatus, was it? That article said that there is no known cure. No, Judge, let me just say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavineers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I had found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Air Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on that night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gavineers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appealing were myself, Lemaror, and Machi, along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lemaror and the defendant Machi Tobai had left the stage at that point, and the Gavineers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots ring out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard it too, right? Oh, well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Letus and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! The perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, I heard those gunshots. Most of them on stage. Something that doesn't quite add up. Seriously, on offense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lamoureux was sadly mistaken. The testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony. And I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. Indeed, there are no objections. Oh, well, if he declares a verdict now, prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. And the roar might have actually been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what was his name again?
Objection!
Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. Well, what? But he doesn't speak English. He'll use an interpreter. Interpreter, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where's the toilet? The defense would like to request Lamoureux as an interpreter. Lamoureux? Well, there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Air Forehead. Air Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamoureux lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamoureux to the witness stand.
Suppose this is the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamoureux. Yes. He says Machi Tobai, the defendant.
Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would, what, Your Honor? Would you what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about?
Not that far yet.
Paulo! Are you going to ask him what he was about to go tell us yesterday?
Kind of, I don't know what you say.
Excuse me, a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamoureux?
Just now, Machi said there was something about which he had wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something?
What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me.
What?
What? Well, Lamoureux?
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo. We did it. This is sounding too good to believe. I don't know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court.
Very well. He says that word of Mr. Lechu's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamoureux to know the meaning of that song. Lamoureux, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him, generally, what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeating warning already fled that forehead? Lamoureux might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in the testimony, I know it. I just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today.
Okay. Damn, alright. It's weird seeing your eyes. I don't like that. I wish it would just repeat. I don't want to perceive. Go back.
Hold it!
We're matching Mr. Latouche close. Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
Objection!
Leroy, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. Prosecutor Gavin's tough. He's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen.
Hold it!
The guitar serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the key ring and the dirty guitar and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me.
Hold it!
By could not have done it, you mean... It's very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day, for all those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Hold it!
Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. That was enough to play by. Told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. Oh, no, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borgidian. It's much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew he was innocent. Well, if he has two truths, I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? It's hidden in the testimony. If it's true, I'll find it out. I feel like it's hidden behind the glasses. I knew it.
Gotcha!
Machi, you can't fool my eyes. He glanced towards her at the very moment La Maror said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? Well, what are you saying? Of course he can't. So continue this charade. Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed by the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? The sample is so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
The Burgundian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in his country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes. They're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Because it never said it.
Take that!
I fear a Burgundian newspaper. The Burgundian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact.
Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi?
That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. Well, what? What is this all about? Sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Burgundian newspaper.
What does it mean?
But I don't know how it's possible. I know. I must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in the police questioning. I did the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom.
In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself. Machi says he says.
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
Says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What?
Bro.
Is this true, or?
Yes, I'm afraid I have forgotten it myself. And the next thing everyone's been jumping to conclusions again.
Seems so, yes.
No. It's on to something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Apollo? If I want to keep on cross-examining, I better have a better angle of attack. Or else. Where is it still reacting?
Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must. Very well, witness.
I understand.
Hold it!
Exactly how much did you explain to Machi?
This is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him that Mr. Latouche had been killed and why he was a suspect, and told him the crimes of the day followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart?
Yes, of course, I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay! I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Jersey. I do.
Broski!
Lemuror, I am currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's a little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemuror, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. Tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lemuror, you're protecting.
Take that!
Lemuror, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you, but you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemuror lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ah. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? As you can see, now we can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemon. No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. 20 secrets, and this is witness hiding. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did not shoot. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, key on floor. Should be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latsus had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away, run away. So it was you who escaped that air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as confession?
Objection!
No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. Only me one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? Time's up, Apollo. And let's ask Mr. Justice. Do you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. Who has something to do with this? Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Air Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work up things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Bro. July 10th, 11:23 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Apollo. Eustace. It's Justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get home. Believe I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latsus was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Well, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latsus already dead, and then you heard shots? That's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard these shots? You escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh, yeah. But how did you know that it was connected like that? I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? But don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear of one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latsus. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well. That one's going to go over well in court, not. Apollo, here's his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy's always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. The cocoon. Of course, he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? Machi won't testify about it. We'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? Think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Well, I don't know. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So, will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? Machi won't testify, and I know who will. I will need to cross-examine the witness in this case. Lammeror. What? Lammeror?
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lammeror's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lammeror was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lammeror dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lammeror? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? And someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latruce. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes it's something that was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you were saying? Namely, that there's a nugget of truth in Lammeror's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. Lammeror was attacked. This has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. Court will hear Lammeror's testimony once more. Lammeror, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review his testimony from yesterday. Told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that was when they... She couldn't have heard any of these things. A small window that seems closed, and it was found to be quite soundproof. Oh, there we go. We have nothing to say about that, Mr. Justice. I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it's my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once part of the court. Of course, Your Honor. It's on the way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them. So it's using the detective. Heard the fade sound of gunshots. Found the fade heard of a gunshot and stopped. And I heard another gunshot. As well, gunpowder. No, it smells like but. Oh, yeah. Well, gunpowder's new. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry, I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet, everything I have said here is the truth. It is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. I don't have to repeat myself. Lammeror was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo? You know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
Just saying the same as said before. Mr. Justice, sorry, it was nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about that reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example there, Judge. The last person who should be pointing fingers was a Rockstar.
Hold it!
Darien Crescent? Didn't know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Oh, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. That's right. Maybe a different angle I try. Remember, do you have a chance to remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've had much reflection, but I was afraid of this. I remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? Remember something that you said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Shooter. Then. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? And the shooter sent this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. I thought I'd quit changing myself afterwards. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Sir Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's all very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo?
Hold it!
And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice. Yes, I'm sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche? Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche? Apollo, where'd a weapon? The revolver was Mr. Latouche's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, I really meant to say pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good. Darian Crescent is a native speaker. Sorry, kinda forgot who was what. Press the switch. It's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? Is there anyone else in the room? Do not know. Where was Mr. Latouche and the detective?
Hold it!
There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2, one after the other. Fits with the ball was at the scene. I didn't really mean here before.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, For me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens. This may be besides the point, but Lammermoor is a citizen. No, one would hope such common sense prevails in Borgini as well. Lammermoor seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could she be hiding something? Does he say it at the time?
Hold it!
We're in a hurry to go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. It is very well might. Please answer the question.
Objection!
Are you alright, Lammermoor? Yes. Yes, I am just tired. Call what I told you yesterday, Air Forehead. Lammermoor suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. Dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing. Why don't you prove a reason he had a connection to the case before asking it, child? Prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with the cross-examination. Lammermoor was attacked because of his testimony. I know she was. Something's gotta be hidden here. There are some details we're missing.
Hold it!
I mean, I know it talks about Switch. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know.
Objection!
I should have went with my gut. I'm an idiot. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. I was thought about it, but then I was thought, well, maybe that's not going to come up till later. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch. Save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens I have a switch right here.
Certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
Problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. It was found hidden there, on the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Labrador heard was on someone commanding another to press a switch?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, Aaron Forehead, I'd call that art impossibility.
Why?
It's hardly necessary. Oh, I know this. Beach is quite far from Lemuel's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gavineers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cries possibility fallen short of being heard. Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me. You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? Would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room.
Take that!
Sir Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's...
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
A communications device?
From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage is wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, therefore talking between band members. We all had one on. So you meant that you were wearing one of these. Talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal to avoid interference with the radio systems. Their range is quite limited. And Aurora said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Is this what I think it is, the bubble? Ah. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be.
So when Labrador heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
Ah, you're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? Could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch.
Well, I guess we don't. In an unfortunate situation, I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
Ugh. I'm sure this is the way to go with this. What is a switch anyway? We don't even know what we don't even know that basic fact.
Yeah, we do.
Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. If you follow that train of logic to an incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is?
Take that!
Mr. Gavin, you remember this? Fuck, that's...
That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. The phone looks like this.
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying the switch is a remote.
I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What? Look, I'll show you.
Yeah. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. My whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin? Let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You are talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Borginia from Lemiror. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Yeah, forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you were trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemiror. And the guitar is suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though, something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story makes no sense. Think, that night, my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lemiror's... Yeah, I can't read that. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, the story makes no sense.
Objection!
Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this, specifically?
Glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What's this? Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at that time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What?
Order! But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
He's right, look. Bullet is supposed to come after the fire. Thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. Little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose.
Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin?
Criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better himself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point. That was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order! I would explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. Give us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics from my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamoureux have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Alright. Lamoureux's testimony is my entire case. The voice she heard, Shooter's voice. But what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch. She acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? See, a mere direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Here to tell us how Lamoureux heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove. One thing only. Lamoureux heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Wait, how's Lamoureux able to hear the voice? Okay, we'll say she was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. Should have had no reason to close it, had it been opened either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be Borginian too. So we're saying Lamoureux could not hear the voice through that window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You two amuse me so. And here I thought you and your good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lamoureux clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamoureux heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamoureux heard the voice from here. It's either here, but I could think it being here because it was loud. And just right here. Oh, I'm gonna be so stupid if I do this.
Take that!
This is where Lamoureux heard that voice from. But wow, that's no small window. That's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Objection!
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamoureux was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? It's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamoureux be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. Explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamoureux? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Was it because of the Vanishing Act? Yes, I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamoureux, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling in the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Oh! Order, order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track. I know why. It's because of the magician's vanishing trick. That's why. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window here, there before. It's in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
I know why. I know why. We're bound to secrecy.
My line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for. Air forehead. Our mission is this court to discern the truth. No obligation, no blinding pack may hinder that mission. No binding pack.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
I know why. I know why.
Hold it!
Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific? I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy?
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking.
Hold it!
By small window, you mean the air vent. I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and my feet. Not see the light coming through the window, of course.
The air vent could trip you up, certainly.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice coming from the room. Derry Hand's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet...
Hold it!
Without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. Could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware.
Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious.
Only I could get Lenore to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting anywhere.
Mama, keep trying. I know what it is.
Hold it!
You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about this time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. But you all knew.
Mm-hmm.
I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves.
As long as she's bound by the pack of silence, she won't talk. If I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. How are we gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up there above the ceiling, too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it.
Hold it!
Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was.
No, I think perhaps that it's alright. It is just a name after all. What is it, Valet?
Gremory.
Dr. Gnome?
Valet Gremory. What? You mean Uncle Valet?
What? Valet Gremory? Gremory? Who's Valet Gremory?
A Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion formed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Aurora's bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk.
I think I know why she was up there. But how do I prove it? I know why! Uh-oh, that was different.
Objection!
There we go. Lammeror, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you considered what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. She got in there fast. She crawling. As we can see, Lammeror was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah! Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Lammeror is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is she went hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! Well, what, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This? It's all very fascinating. But how is it possible? Only 20 seconds between when she disappeared and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? That was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Call Lammeror's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling. Lammeror knew of this because it was part of her illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? She's now in the lobby. Machi told me something. I know. No, by opening then. You can move stage backstage. He said that. Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of the acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lammeror to secrecy. Well, Lammeror, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. I thought she was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before. There's very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can a witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes. It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lammeror was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. What? How do we get picked on? It's Lammeror who's going along with the program here. I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that man in detail. You bitch. And you'll have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job in writing the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Bro! Follow the route exactly as it was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. That was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. "2 minutes. What does he say? The mystery deepens. Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As is my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. Figured it out already. I'm a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. Can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Bro. And she dropped out and left. As you proceed along this route, how I have walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast. I've been walking. For the truth, Monroe, you rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What a vehicle? What a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Oh, yes, she's lied. I put down attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the killer's light. That was much too small for vehicles. It's a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. Cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. It wasn't a vehicle, was it? And me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Where's the exit on the next stage? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So, not many people knew about this trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
Hold it!
So when he came back, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. It's Uncle Valen for you, the old Gamari touch. Around the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. Was that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Haha, yes, it would be hard to go far in only 20 seconds.
Hold it!
2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute, if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made that trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lenore disappeared on the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes? How? Well, my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Heck, I think it's explaining the discrepancy. Here's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. I don't know what it is, though. Oh yeah, we gotta really, like, think.
Oh no. It's not this is the video. Ah, so this is it. The magical key to unlocking the solution's dark secret? Tell us how it works quickly. I can't bear the suspense. Just kinda hoping someone else would jump in at this point. But well, you see...
Objection!
There, Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood. But I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about. And neither does he. I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Right. Which I conclude that I was wrong. I don't like this... No! It's in the video. It's in the video. I'm gonna say the video.
Take that!
It's not. Fuck.
Objection!
Oh no. Wasn't the fire, was it? I think, okay, hold on.
Hold it!
This is the shot. This is just a shot in the dark here.
Take that!
Nope. Fuck.
Objection!
Okay. We gotta think actually, like, cause throwing our might. Yeah, no. We'll just press this one.
Hold it!
And it was Darian's voice you heard. Yes, I'm certain it was him.
Objection!
A matter best left for later, Ja. Put that forward if you want to work on this illusion first.
Objection!
Hold on, I think the killer's a little more important, don't you? Importance to Morton's. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. Just trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem. This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. Contradiction between Lombard's testimony and video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine. You fucking... Oh, you suck. It's not the Bruce, is it? She's got it on now. Is she missing it now? She's missing it. I swear.
Hold it!
Okay. The Bruce is my... This? Alright. This is my guess.
Take that!
Aurora, do you happen to remember this Bruce? Aha, the Bruce! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Bro, I'm so fucking right.
I was right. She has it there. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Now let's look a bit later. Well, what? The brooch is gone! What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamoureux we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamoureux we see after are two different people. What? What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. Not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoureux, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Air Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamoureux was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement, Lamoureux? Why, the man behind the illusion. Alec Grammarie. Was Grammarie. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage? That's right. But this fake Lamoureux is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. We're just playing a recording. Ha 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 ha. The Gavineers aren't some kind of air guitar band for all of them. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoureux. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved.
Hold it!
You were singing? Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when wherever I go, is the same darkness? But if you're still singing while you were walking... That's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty bad of hearing them. Miss some singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. An old speaker, Apollo. Yeah, I knew it. Speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Oh, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Yeah, see, I knew it. Satisfied? The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamoureux singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lamoureux singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Lamoureux, I've just remembered something. Do tell! When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? Forgot the words I was supposed to sing. Song stopped? Thankfully. Fuck. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead. That mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing... Huh? That machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Shoot. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoureux's ballad. If that's true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Harry Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamoureux's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though, it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... Yes. Though he's a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. Yes, some other new perspective on the case. As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Yes! July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it. Did it really happen during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamoureux's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. Knew you had what it took. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that make a cooler entrance and say, hiya. I don't know why I even bother hoping. Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Haha, would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Oh, you're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder? There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But the sultry songstress is lying. Your case smells like butter in a frying pan. Living behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something familiar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. under the sofa. Hey, Paula. That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. Well, at least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked up the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Okay.
Alright. July 10th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Air forehead. Very well. Call the final witness in the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavineers. Maybe you've heard of us. You fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. If you gave me your word, I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. See what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it is high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin your response to Lamar's testimony, if, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Burkina. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Dun dun. Darian's brutal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing back to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Firecrackers. The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Firecrackers. So you claim Aurora's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing. Trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Didn't waste any time finding our weak spots. Can't do this with Lamar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story.
Hold it!
You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying up. Apollo, clear back at him. Couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight. Wilting. It's as hard as nails. It makes walking look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. Ugh.
As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamora's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof.
Hold it!
We know she missed the words. The mixing board proves it. Oh yeah? It was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song? A missed cue? So, she just flubbed it up big time. That's all. She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her. She wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darien, watch what you say. Lamora is an artist. She just flubbed it up? That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. Protecting a rift in the Gavineer's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Testimony can't be trusted. If you ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick.
Hold it!
Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh. Also, wouldn't the gun have had, like, some kind of stuff coming off of it, emanating off of it, like gunpowder? Heh. Guess you and Lamora got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from the room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. I thought you heard them too. Remember, you said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. So, how do we figure out just what these gunshots during the third set were? No, we're just gonna press first. I've learned my lesson. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think that Eva heard me in that room. Back to relying on Lamora's testimony. As much as I am enjoying the Darien and Forehead show, there's no need for some shepherds. Don't make us into some comedy duo. Does this mean the Gavin and Darien show is canceled? Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin's quite right. His court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts. New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Lamora as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. I have an idea.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were formed on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darien as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds are in the third set. Could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Haha, you got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Huh. That's right. Darien was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. Oh, what do you know? How do you know someone was backstage right then? The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darien is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd. A headset. The kind of all the band's staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on from that hallway. Even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. Certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. We're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. Can't say. We've raised the possibility that the gunshots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of your case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act. While our little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin? That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. Need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am.
Hold it!
But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. You need proof, Apollo. You need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. If you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Aurora said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her delusion, when she was up above the ceiling. When she forgot the words of the song, yeah? If you could prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. We're home free, I think. Sure, not easy, but true. Is there some other way to prove that? Oh! I found it! I knew it!
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lammermoor's song. Song? What exactly is this herb device thingy?
A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just use this. Don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamoureux's voice included. Oh, well, what does it prove? According to Lamoureux's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, Ja? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. I have. Ha, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darien? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. But we're deeply involved in our performance. But Lamoureux's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Yes. I know where the shot is. I just listened to it. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoureux's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why? It sounded like a gunshot. But what? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamoureux's testimony was true. Grow. Yes! Exactly, honey. Order! She was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't two bullets fired from this weapon? Lamoureux was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mate to catch the first shot. And then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Our performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too. Air forehead. Oh. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder victim belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correct when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Oh. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for actions has to say. Hey, you attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? Got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. Do you have an alleged guitar cue miss due to a 45 caliber kickback? I weep for this scene, Gavin. Or I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's all the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us her reasons why you couldn't have done it. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Come on, I don't even want to kill that manager.
You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latus had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes. Not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great. Now we need to find a motive. Our manager's sure, but Mr. Latus was. Alright, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover copy, dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted.
That's cold, dog.
Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. One reason, easy. I got no motive. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Ugh. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it.
Darian, you're a detective with international affairs.
Yeah? What of it?
Even if this was Mr. Latus' first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert.
Huh?
Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent. That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess that.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas.
What? But you're an international...
See, me and Blaine's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much.
My condolences, Air Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it.
As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well.
That's so unfair.
Possibly not our manager.
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert?
Fraternize? Nah. I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So, you see...
You sure about that?
What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you.
Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Air Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, shall?
Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know.
So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. This!
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
Or it's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, have you seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one of that color.
There's a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is the cocoon replica doing in our courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latus, does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does.
You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that can make you, well, suck out of it? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease through thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever form! If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out into the black market. Caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban of the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol?
Right. The victim, Romain Latus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Roman Latus wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent.
So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder.
Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable.
Unthinkable, you say? Oh, really? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of Cocoon's business.
Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latus undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk my life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
It's the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what.
Hold it!
That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons.
Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now.
We had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them.
Well, the Maror knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that these are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then, I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You could say people like me who know about the Mara minority, yes. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latus.
All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sifting through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that...
Dangerous.
Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed.
But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices?
Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection.
Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too. Who's on trial here again?
Man, you're so obviously know nothing about the market.
And that's a bad thing.
Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts?
Yeah, it wasn't what I was trying to. Down, Darien. As you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the cases of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Burgundian customs are all watching.
See, we all know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that Diva says.
Why, I oughta...
Out of what? You want some of this?
Haha, chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, ja?
Screw off. I want this guy's head on the stick.
The replica has to be the key to this motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. Okay, now we really gotta think.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I gotta stop. Ah! Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know! I don't know. I don't know. I am so lost. Fuck. I don't know. No, 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 no. I'm on my last legs. Replica is key to the motive. What was his motive? He wanted to get this cocoon. Yes, but popularity?
Objection!
Oh my god.
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How close are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keister goodbye.
Watch out to a black market buyer. How about someone like this?
That article, that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for any disease. Cure for incuratus. Incuratus! I've heard of that somewhere. We went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
Uh-huh. Why, that's the disease that Chief Justice's son has.
You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. Before it ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about it, the Chief Justice is, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let slaves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Oh, this is... Oh. That was fucking luck. Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed.
What the fuck is that?
Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them.
That's right. Gavin was in Borkinia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel trip. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we got are some reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich.
I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course.
I'll wait for our judicial system. The replica has to be the key to his motive. I know how it got here. I'm still gonna press this, but I know how it got here. That's pretty extreme. Borginia has his rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they are beyond hardcore security. The Republic of Borginia is a peaceful, pleasant country, so this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. I know how it got out. The guitar!
Objection!
Actually, there is one way.
What?
One way to get something out of the country. No checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was that you told me yesterday at your office? It's a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like a lemmior. And up here. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night. And she made a present of it. Yeah! Couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So they vacuum packed it in the studio. Special shipping service. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuums packed in Virginia. Back wasn't touched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was the keys? With cocoons, it's easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
But what?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. The guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, forehead. Well, you know, guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sounder. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact.
An igniter?
Exactly! Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course.
Ah!
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. Could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band.
Yuck! Order! Order! Order!
So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Ah, in her forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemmior's... Okay. Why are you, like, auto-playing this shit? First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Which forced me to break the lock of a guitar case. The key was stolen and retrieved the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. And wrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah!
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. Hold on, guys. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lemmior there to witness it. There's your case.
Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story? It makes a great deal of sense, Darien.
The Republic of Orginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. Getting an accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemuror heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Machi. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tobai.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latus. And I stand by my statement earlier, that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemuror?
Couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Call that this remote only works in a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemuror was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemuror still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade.
Oscar Gavin and Lemuror stand-in were in the air. They were on the tower, which happened to be 15 feet tall.
In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemuror's position in the air vent.
Ah!
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you have to say to that?
Your Honor. Yes, Detective?
Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns?
Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he is way out of this.
Are we playing the best case in the series?
Yes, we are. Clearly. Is there a reason we're gonna look at the guitar burn again? That didn't... what?
Too bad, so sad, punk.
Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk?
Hey, I actually do like the song, though. I don't really mind hearing it over and over again. That I actually enjoy. So I'm not actually upset about that.
Listen, going fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in the video?
Problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darien?
Right, that's what you hear. We are musicians, after all.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter? That right?
Yes?
Well, in order to do that, you'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano? What am I listening to? Am I listening for switch press? Is that what the whole point is?
What seems to be the problem here? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing?
Bro, we discussed this earlier. You press the piano key and the switch clicks. You've got Miss Diva, the guitar. You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. The mirror. But we know this. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Yeah, we figured this out. Her accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. No, we figured this out. No, we figured this out, Apollo. It's in the piano. It's in the piano. It's in the piano. It's in there. It's in there. Why am I watching this? I like the music. I really do. I don't need to watch the video, though. I know it's in the piano. It's in the piano. Yeah, piano plays non-stop. Yeah, it's in the piano, Apollo. We know this. We know this. We witnessed it. Tracy touched the piano. Couldn't have pressed. She could have. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? You pressed it. I was about to call her Lucy. Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. Could it all just strange? I know this. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. I heard it. Tracy, you pressed the piano. That's how we found the clicker. What? Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. The pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on the matter now. Was the defendant, Machi Tobai, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. No, I don't have to give it thought. Alo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. I know this! Hard. What do I do? What do I do? Heck, there has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait, it's like Phoenix said. He knew it before, and he wasn't even there. Well, what? You thought of something? Yes. A side character that was inserted not too long ago. What was Gavin saying just now? Or wait, no, never mind. Strange. Yeah, the piano playing. I understand. It's not much to go on, but that's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tobai pressed the switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobai pressed the switch? Yes, I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof, per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Therefore, Head, you sure about this?
Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's hear evidence, Mr. Justice. Now, what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch?
It's gotta be this. 'Cause there ain't nothing else. I really hope it's not the fucking video. Please don't be the video. I'm gonna guess it's this, because you have to listen in for the piano. I swear to God if it's not this.
Take that!
Basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano parts around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Okay. Yeah, thank you for lowering. I was so worried they weren't gonna. Are we talking about this boom?
I hear a piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? Huh? No, that's not at all what I'm saying. Huh? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other.
Huh? What? So you're some kind of piano?
Wait, what? No. That's wrong. Actually, no.
And what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand.
I mean, you can, but that's not the point. I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? What was it all? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... No, he's not. Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that, even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really.
Huh?
That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't.
I admit, it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand.
How do you know that?
Clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No. No way.
Yeah, I can...
Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand. Right before the guitar burst into flames.
Well, she was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it. The second section. Why are we... Which one's the guitar? It's the second part, right? Fuck, now I'm forgetting. No, turn off.
That's his action? I'm afraid I don't hear it. It's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin.
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding.
I'll take that to mean there's a problem. Did I fuck it up?
Wait, so what was the odd thing? Oh, I just need to find a place to compare to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, What? Wait. I'm confused. First half of the second part. Was it because I wasn't... Do I have to play it and then announce? Game, why do you do this to me? Okay. Is it because the bar has to be there? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse. I'm glad he's giving me a bunch of chances. Here's your third last chance. It's okay, Apollo. I'll give you another last chance. Bro, this is like Terraria on there. This is my final update. Okay. Fucking... Is this the second verse?
Take that!
Bro. I don't... I have the gist of it. I get it. Because these aren't the pianos. I know that for a fact. Yeah, that's singing. Yeah, that ain't no fucking piano. That's not a piano. That's not a piano. That's a piano. Wait, are we comparing it to something now? Does it even matter?
Take that!
I don't know, I'm just kind of... Aha! I got it! As I'm sure you've realized it yourself there, Forehead.
But realize what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we?
Why? Pay attention to, pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody. Well, maybe if the lyrics were on the screen, it would have helped a little bit more, but you know what? I don't care. I actually would have taken the video over it. But that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? Dale, that's you, Kron. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
The guitar burst into flames at the end of the second verse. Okay? Let's listen to the same spot. In the first verse. Pay attention to that, oh, that night in your embrace. I think the video would have been great. I think this would have helped me out more. Yes, there's a crescendo.
Ah, but play verse 2 again.
What if the judge started playing it?
I don't really like this part of the song. Actually, can we skip to the third verse? Oh yeah. Actually, can we go back to the second verse? I need to hear that one again. I really like this song. Can we replay it for me?
Judge, that's not the point.
But the second verse, I swear I heard something in there.
Judge, like, we can't with this. You have to go and see, like, the Chief Justice's son, you know? Like, you gotta...
But, like, the second verse is really good, right, guys? Like, I really, really like the second verse.
Okay, buddy, listen to it on your own time. I'll give you the tape recording after this, I swear.
They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different.
What? Well, put your honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure.
What's that prove?
I would think you'd know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses have different arrangements. Happens all the time.
Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. And ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Although I was under the impression that he pressed the button on the piano and flicked the switch. But I guess not. I mean, because I know how a piano works, and I mean, it moves things when you press a button, so I kind of thought you pressed it, a specific, you know, key on the piano and it clicked the switch, but whatever.
Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Bearing an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeve Snow. Great show.
It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy.
Tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing.
Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts I'll check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone could see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But...
1,000 facts might prove towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
Don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we would have already seen it a long ways back.
But at this present, the court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
No, for a ball, that would be a clever twist. We can't have that in our new reboot.
I thought. What?
Oh. I'm so shocked.
The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside him.
You're not saying that for whatever reason he has an igniter on him, and if I press the clicker, that'd be fucking weird.
Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off.
What if he literally meant an actual igniter? That'd be fucking funny.
Wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. Think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
I gotta shoot him. So, can I get to work now or what? In other words, you cheat?
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, you know.
He's actually naked.
It may look like I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man is an igniter.
Huh? You mean like a lighter for like a cigarette? I mean, I used to smoke, but I quit. Yeah.
Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns? Professor What? Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fighting time. Justice. Oh, I really fucked that up. Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo.
What? This igniter is supposed to come burn me up? That's most poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Air Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of the Organian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, this is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Oh, fucking no.
No, I don't want to look at the gun.
Maybe? Okay, I'm gonna look at evidence first, but I think calling a witness would be it. Ah, my brain. I feel like I'm gonna call a witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Huh, so what is it?
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
Him! He can prove it! He can prove it! He was the one who got shot! He knows the killer!
It's gotta be Machi. It's not him, is it? That'd be fucked up.
Well, he was there. He said he watched the whole thing.
It's not him, is it? This would be a very non-conventional method.
But he's gone. He wouldn't show up anymore. He left, he said. Okay, I'm going with logic. The one person who could prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobai.
Your client again?
Machi Tobai was an accomplice of the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so? Would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Ah, very scientific of you.
So we gotta get Emma Sky here. Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darien's laughing again. Bro, why is he not dead?
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
Yeah, see? Barbinas really was a smuggler. And testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking.
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
Huh? Ow.
Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tied in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. Sure, that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon.
Yeah, but...
I just realized who, the guy reminds me of. But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now.
Yeah, but...
Darien, I know exactly who you look like. I gotta look up, wait, hold on. Hold on, this is part of the court case, I swear. Shit, he looks like some... Oh. Hold on, let me find him. Oh, not that guy. Hold on, I gotta find him. There's a character he literally reminds me of. It took me a while to think about it. Oh my god, where is he? Where is he? Not this guy, is it? Nope. I think it's this guy. Maybe it is this guy. Hold on. I think the black and white version, though. That doesn't help me. The game is too old, so there's like not a lot of good images. This guy, I have him in my mind. If I can't find him, then I'll just have to deal with it. If I remember it later, I'll bring it up.
You can't accuse me.
Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Machi Tobai. Cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobai knows everything.
There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Yes, buddy, what's going on? Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, hidden mansion. Real nice. Want a house made out of cookies, or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. What?
Please. Don't ask!
Oh. Oh shit, he's ruined. Yes, thank you for your guitar solo, buddy. Darian. I consider that my last session with you, What? I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we could treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Oh!
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from the beginning, I knew. Machi, situation, I cannot explain, but money, I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the, definite in the court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however.
It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi, Tobai?
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country, and with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Leeton. This court is prepared to announce a verdict.
Ew. No, put the glasses back on. Thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai.
Not guilt. We did it. Woo! Woo! Only what, like 6 hours? That wasn't too bad.
Court is adjourned.
Woo! We did it! July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court Defendant, Lobby number 2. And we didn't die. We lived on the brink again. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Burguinia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. You. Daddy. Are you both my thanks? I'm Aurora. Is something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see? You'll be able to see again? Oh, that's what she meant. It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemon Aurora lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She's a landscape painter and a sound after all. And sound. We'll paint the two of you. I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemuroy. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we'll meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. Don't say that, otherwise we'll be involved in another crime together. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on, until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial,
The guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Get it? Because you have to follow the lyrics. Ha ha ha. Where's my achievement? There it is. I love how that was the thing I was concerned about. Where's my Steam achievement? Okay. I was so confused. I saw day one and I was like, what? Okay. No, we gotta go back to the games menu. I know, so sad. We can't continue on. This is our last one. I like that at least, like, it lets me go through all these things. That's cool. I mean, the music's good. I've been bopping to that. Hey, Kron, did you end up playing the trilogy, or did you play, like... Didn't you play the game originally on the DS, and then you played the other two on the 3DS? Or did you play the trilogy? I've only played a Jolly Apologist on DS. I still have yet to play the other two. Oh, you haven't played the other two. Okay. This game pretty much killed my interest in the series for a long time. Well, it's still keeping me going. I only say that because... I mean, I don't really think it's spoilers because I'm not looking into it, but if you look, the next two games have special episodes. I was under the impression, and this one has a 5th episode. Do both of them have? Okay, hold on. They each have 5 episodes and a special episode. I don't want to be... So, I don't know. I was under the impression you played all 3. I thought you did. I mean, it has not killed my interest. Now that the case is over, I'm willing to talk about it. So, okay, now that I have my full understanding of everything. I didn't hate episode 3. I didn't hate it. This conversation this rigs. Okay, so I didn't hate episode 3. It was not my least favorite at all. Well, well, no, maybe I guess it was my least favorite. The first one was just kind of like... The first one was kind of like cool to get into, in a sense. Like, it's the first case of a game. I mean, there's never really much. The point that right now, I think it's going to come back up in the 4th episode, I have a feeling. But the fact that the first episode has forged evidence, and then the next 2 episodes don't, is interesting, because I really thought that there would be more forged evidence. So I'm at least happy to see that so far there isn't. I expect that the 4th episode there's gonna be forged evidence. But the first one there was. So that kind of makes me think. But I'm glad, because like, if every episode had forged evidence, I would be kind of upset by that. Because like, I don't want all my court cases to end like that. Like, that's just... I do want to feel like I win. I don't want to just make up something. But then again, it's like... But then you have a case like that where the bloody card, like, you know, the prosecutor, Gavin, that one at least, took the card. But the fact that he sounds shocked of the card, like, that's kind of what gave him away. Because the bloody card obviously was fake, but obviously he couldn't have just said, oh, that's not the real card, I took it, because then he pretty much incriminates himself. So he was fucked over by the forged evidence. I mean, there probably could have been a better way, but I guess that was like the only way to really get him to admit that in a sense. So otherwise there was no way for him to go, oh, I have the card, but if you pull up a fake card, he can't go, no, that's not real. I don't. So that's kind of a gray area for me. But the first case is fine. Overall, I don't mind it. The second case I actually kind of like, in a weird way. I like how it mixes up, like, 3 problems all in one. The hit and run, the lost noodle cart, and the panty thief. I think that's kind of nice. I like how the 3 stories tie up like that. I think it's kind of, that's kind of cool. I like how they're all connected. Like, think back to 3-3, how Wright cleverly got the murderer to admit his guilt in front of the court, and then compare to how it was done in Forward literally night and day. Fuck. Wait, we're not at, wait, was 3-3 the one with, the Luke at me? Was that it? Right? Was 3-3 Look At Me? Right? The guy with the big nose? Is that his name? I think so. Yeah, wasn't that the case with, Oh, shit. That must have been episode 2, then. No, the imposter, right? Yeah, Don Tigre. That was just a weird one. Kind of fun, though, I guess. Dang, I got all my mixed ups. It's definitely different. I mean, it's a different approach. He pretended to claim that one of the bottles was the poison bottle, and for Tigre to claim otherwise. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not sparking the truth. It's been a fucking while. Been a hot minute. But, I don't know. I don't hate the first episode. I don't. It's different. Especially since, obviously, I played the first one on the emulated DS, so... different vibes. The second case I kind of liked. I like the 3 stories. I like how that kind of went. That was cool. I kind of like the idea. I forget the girl's name, because obviously she was a jerk. Something Tiala. Well, I liked how, like... I like the idea that the doctor, even without checking, thought she was dead and was literally going to get rid of her, like, body, like, throw her in the river. I think the idea is cool that, you know, she went to go and threaten this guy to giving her that, you know, that chart, and got choked to death, and when she woke up, obviously she didn't know it at the time, but he was literally taking her to dump her body thinking she was dead. Like, the fact that she didn't know all of that, to me, is kind of, and I don't want to say cool, because it's messed up, but kind of cool. She was the one trying to pretty much cause a scene, and she was the one who almost got caught up in a different scene. So that's kind of silly. The panty snatching is interesting. Especially from a junior who's in university, which I don't know why he had his graduation suit on, because he had to be a senior unless he's graduating early. But I hate Emma's portrayal. Portrayal in this game. A complete split in the face from original portrayal from Rise of the Ashes. Yes, they definitely. The only thing that kind of makes me feel a little bit, like, not as mad, I guess, is that a few years have passed. And obviously we know she wanted to be, like, she wanted to be a forensic scientist, but instead was stuck on, like, the police's, like, detective, like, scene. So I kind of understand her hatred. Like, I understand her more, like, why she's a little bit angry. I mean, a few years have passed and stuff. I kind of understand that. I hate Phoenix probably more than anybody. I can get behind Emma because things have happened, and like I said, she's put in a position that she frankly didn't want. So fine, I can excuse that. Phoenix is just, bro, turned from a cool guy into the fucking Riddler. Like, I understand keeping secrets to a certain degree, but, like, come on. The amount of secrecy in this game's crazy. First game had it, but it never made me feel like this, like, what the fuck? Why are we keeping so much hidden from me? I'm supposed to save your life. Don't do this to me. You know? So, there's that. For what I don't know, Hobo Phoenix was originally intended to be a different character, but changed it to Phoenix later. Oh. I believe that. They probably should have stuck with who it was before. I don't mind Phoenix, you know, being a part of the story to a degree. That's fine. But I just... yeah, the way he is, I understand he left court because 7 years ago, something with forged evidence. But the fact that it's like, oh, I'm not going to tell you, you got to find it out by yourself. Just, like, tell me, like... Even Apollo doesn't have, like, a like for Phoenix. Like, he was like, wow, I can't believe I'm meeting Phoenix. He's this fucking amazing attorney guy. And even Apollo starts to find out that Phoenix is kind of a whack. I'll give Apollo that. It's not like he's just head over heels for Phoenix because he knew what he once was. He actually knows the state he's in now and is like, wow. He's kind of a sham. All he does is play poker. Can't even play piano. Sad. Now what I want to know is, because with this third episode bringing in, you know, Tracy's dad, I don't know why it wasn't brought in sooner, but whatever. But now it makes me think, well, okay, Phoenix in a sense adopted her. Fine, I'm fine with that. But what does you gotta keep calling him daddy? She's 15. It's kind of weird. And I see a yellow hat here, so I'm assuming this has to do something with him. I'm assuming. Oh. Imagine taking the embodiment of a preserved, optimistic, and perseverance and optimism. Fucking hell, I can't read it. Imagine taking the embodiment of perseverance and optimism and twisting it into the complete opposite. That's basically OG Phoenix and Hobo Phoenix. Exactly. Exactly. Like, that is how it feels. It feels like they really killed my boy. Like, he seems so down in the slumps and just... yeah. Definitely doesn't seem as, like, happy, I guess. You know, he's just not the same. Not at all. I guess it's because obviously we're two different people. I don't hate this game right now as much as you say. Maybe the fourth case will change my mind. I still think out of all 4 games well, the 3 and now the 4th game I'm playing, this one is my least favorite game, I would say. Like, alright. I need this to get out of my screen. Alright, bow, 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 bow. The fuck is this? Okay, that makes sense, makes sense. Is there 5? I don't fucking remember. I gotta pee. I don't understand this. Go back so I can think with my head. Does this help me? Okay, somebody here said that they think the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy has the best world building. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney has the best characters. That's the trilogy, obviously. Then it's saying that the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has the best narrative. And they're saying that the Miles Edgeworth investigation games have the best gameplay. That'd be interesting. We'll see. We'll see. I'll get to them all. Yeah, hi little dude. Stop moving my way. Yeah, that's what somebody said about the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. The first 3 games. They're going off of it as like which collection, like at each collection and what it does its best on. That's what this person's referring to. But can't really find what I'm looking for, so yeah, I guess I would say I still probably for the first 3 games. This one's not bad. I don't hate it. I haven't hit a certain case. I haven't found a case that I would say I hate. I'm trying to think about the first game if there was a case I hated. Wouldn't say I hated it, but if there was a case that I disliked from the first 3 games, it was definitely the one with like Trespian and all that stuff. That tech guy who got murdered. I actually, wait, was that was the Don Tigre episode? Shit, it was. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. I'll come to think. I guess I just necessarily didn't like that one. I didn't hate it, but it was probably one of my least favorite episodes. Now I remember, because there was like the whole Maggie Bride being like, I swear I saw 2 people there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was, I mean, one of my more least favorite episodes. So, yeah, that's there, I guess. Said my brain's all fucked up here, shoosh. Right, little dude? Wherever the fuck you went. But yeah, I don't know. First episode's a fine starter. Introduces the idea of forged evidence, which sucks. The second episode, I like the little stories that all combine to make this big old story. That's nice. I like that. I care for that. I like that. Having all the stuff like work the way out it works, pretty cool. I like that they start bringing back in fingerprints and such. Although it just sucks that it wasn't used in a, I don't know, a more fun way. Like, I understand, like, for the college student, you know, is this your phone? I mean, couldn't you have had fingerprints and we found the fingerprints on the phone and something like that? Or, I don't know. That's just an idea. It's an idea. Waki was, I can say Waki was a very, very, very stupid character. That even when he finds out that his fiancée pretty much wanted him to die, and so that he could, you know, she could take over that part, at least, of the family. And yet he still wanted her after that. Like, bro. Even Phoenix Wright, while he fell in the same trap of, she would never do this to me, even he eventually came to his senses with Dahlia that she wanted to kill him. So, at least Phoenix is slightly smarter. Prior of this, Phoenix was slightly smarter than Waki. So, there's that, at least. The third case, I do kind of like. I mean, it makes you think. It definitely makes you think. I like the idea behind using the soundboard, but towards the end there, trying to find out a few parts were just a bit chaotic. I won't lie. But at least, I don't know if it's going to play a role, but I liked how, at least the judge said, I don't know if this means anything, but talked about the whole, you know, going forward, if a case, you know, comes like this, maybe having to have decisive evidence is not just enough, which I hope that actually plays a role, because while I agree decisive evidence is important in a trial, I kind of am also on that mindset where it's like, sometimes you just can't get decisive evidence, because there's always, well, who said I was there? Doesn't make you think, how can anyone accuse a kid of shooting a revolver? Exactly. It's just, that's like me saying, oh, you think I was the murderer? I was in the bathroom. Prove you're in the bathroom. Prove that you were in the bathroom. Well, prove that I wasn't in the bathroom. Like, can you, like, it works both ways. That's the one thing that sucks. It's a very one-sided situation of prove this. Prove I was here. Prove I was here. Prove I was here. Like, and it's like, okay, that's important and all, but there's also other sides. How can you prove, hey, prosecution, how can you prove that he wasn't there? Like, I like these games. They definitely have a whole sense where it kind of just seems them badgering on the defense, which then you have this, forgetting his full name, this Gavin, how even kind of comes to a, not a new phase, but he kind of comes to that whole, well, I'm not fighting for myself, I'm fighting for justice. But I feel like they took that narrative better with Miles Edgeworth, having him be the, well, it's not about just getting a guilty or non-guilty verdict, it's about, you know, finding justice, kind of like, the second game's finale, about that whole, even though Phoenix had to get a guilty for his client. What was more important was the truth. I feel like they did that better with Miles Edgeworth, whereas this Gavin in his whole, well, it's all about the truth. I mean, yeah, but for somebody who's in the truth, you seem kind of like, like you're not acting like a dick completely outright, but you're acting like a dick. Like, I mean, I will say this about the game. He is a very weak prosecutor. Miles Edgeworth, Manfred von Karma, and fucking Franziska von Karma. Those three were great fucking prosecutors. Mr. Godot, or Goddard, or whatever they want to pronounce his name as, he was a great prosecutor. Clavier, I remember that fucking name. Hold on. Was that from that special episode? Or is, wait, no, Clavier. No, that is this Gavin. Cool, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, he's not a good prosecutor. Like, okay. I don't think that, Winston Payne is a good prosecutor. He's not. He's an awful prosecutor. But, the reason, like, for me, just personality and everything wise, right here, the Calver Gavin, I didn't say it like that. Claver? Whatever. He's just, I don't know. He feels very empty. He's got not a lot of emotion, I guess. Even frickin' Kristoff was his name. That Gavin brother. He was at least better, I guess. He seemed to have more of a personality and just, yeah. Clavier is just lame. He seems to care more in some cases about his rock band and how his day's going than an actual case. Which is not becoming of a prosecutor, and he constantly fucking mocks you in court. And I understand that's the whole, haha, you're a rookie attorney, get out of it. And I can understand that shit. But at least at the end, like, even Edgeworth and some cases Franziska, and even Gatto ended up saying, like, you know what? I was fucking wrong. You are pretty good. I would only say Manfred. I mean, he technically said it, but it was more like, I was blasted by you again. He was more like he was mad about it. But the other guys, they at least could, like, pretty much admit it in a way. Like, yeah, at least to his face, Phoenix, that, you know what? Damn, I have to admit, you're actually pretty good. Clavier just can't. He can't once after a court come up to you and be like, you know what? Even if he's like, forehead, you know what? Maybe you do have a single cell in your brain. Like, he could. In his own way, fine. But he could admit it. Like, that would be nice. He's already beaten you in 2 cases. Like, come on, bro. Don't start knocking him down. Technically, you've never beaten him in a single case. So, like, so yeah. Besides that, I don't mind the 3rd episode. I guess I do. Like I said, it comes back to I hate the lying. I really do. They make him a chill dude with a cool personality and forget to add the other ingredients for a compelling. Exactly! He just becomes bland. Oh, I'm your typical, like, blonde-haired boy who people adore with blue eyes. Wow, you're so cool. And slightly tan skin. Wow! Well, getting back on my track. I don't like all the lying. The 3rd episode has a lot of lying. I hate the whole... Because when you lie in court enough, they eventually disregard any and all of your testimonies because you've been lying so fucking much that, like, you're not trusted to tell the truth, eventually. And there's so much lying. And lying to Apollo, I understand he's no fucking Phoenix, but the fact that there's so much lying to him is just... That's lame. I really don't like that. Like... That makes me mad. Yeah, just trust me. Exactly. I don't know, just... Yeah, just trust me. Like, hey, I need this information. No. But I swear I didn't do it. Will you testify? No, but nothing. I'm trying to save your ass here, bro. You need to... If I'm to trust you fully, you have to trust me. I need the deets. And then, like, I guess for the third episode, while I still do like it, I guess with the whole, like, let me roar, or whatever, her going, I can't explain the magician's, like, trick. I was under secrecy. I was under oath. It's a magician. It's not that deep. Your life, I mean, maybe not at this point, but your friend, who you said you see as a literal brother, his life is on the line, and you can't reveal to me a magician trick because he swore you to oath. Like, that part kind of annoys me because it's like, really? That's like me saying, like, if we're gonna bring up the topic of furries, that's like me saying if you're at a convention and you feel like you're about to have a heat stroke, that you're not allowed to take off your fursuit head because you cannot break the magic. That's like me saying that. You can't break the magic. You'll ruin a child's dreams. I think the health of a person is way more important than a child's dreams. I think the well-being of somebody in a court case is way more important than preserving a magical trick. There's that. There is that. You definitely hate magicians after 4-4. Well, this game definitely seems to be based around the act of magic. What? But we'll see. Like I said, I have these gripes, but I still don't hate the game. Like, I don't know. I'm not at that point. It does have me kind of on, like, not the edge of my seat, but it does kind of have me on, like, a, ooh, I do want to know what happens next. It does kind of have that going for me. Like, in the sense that I like hearing about the world and everything that's going on. I want to see where things play out. I'm excited to get to the 4th episode and to see probably everything they have to reveal. And it makes me excited because then I can get to the next game where I know that there's, like, a lot. Especially because it's on the 3DS, so they take 3D forms. But also there's, like, a bunch of stuff. And Phoenix does come back, so maybe they'll refix him, I think. I'm hoping. Same, I'll be for different reasons. I wanted to know how badly it felt. Well. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's kind of a refresher not to see Phoenix, like, almost at all in the 3rd episode. I don't mind the evidence he gives you. If it was forged evidence, I would have been pissed. Then I would have had a problem. I'd have been like, really, Phoenix? Here's my unconventional method. More forged evidence. I'd have been mad. But the fact that it was Sky who was like, hey, can you stop by and give this? I can get past that. And that's why I'm okay with Phoenix having his appearance here. If it was forged evidence, I don't think I could forgive him. Then I'd have been done. But at least, like, he was there and he actually had legitimate, legal, as far as the game goes, proof. Because obviously they don't submit evidence the way they do in an actual court case. So, as far as it goes, like, in this world. But, I don't know. I'm still intrigued. It's weird to already be at the 4th episode. That's for sure. So, I don't want to accidentally click on it, because then it'll, like, if I accidentally click on it, it'll reveal all these different things. So don't want to do that. But we'll definitely finish these games before I do. Yeah, probably. I have my mind set on these games for a while. So I'll let you know what I think. I could, like, the next game could be great. I could be like, you know what? This next game, like, I could be like, this next game, the 5th game, is actually way better than some of the original from the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Like, that would be great. That would be great. And then you'd be like, you're shitting with me. And I'd be like, no, it's actually, like, good. And then you'd be like, damn. We'll see. We'll see. Now, this next case will take me a few days, however. Because if I'm playing this next case, I'm going to be playing it after work. So obviously, I won't have as much time on my hands. I'll only have about 3-4 hours tops to get stuff done. So expect me not to complete this case in the next day. I hate leaving cases unfinished. I like completing everything in one go. That's why I did the first 2 episodes yesterday, and only the 3rd one a day. I knew, because obviously they get longer and longer. I knew I would be able to get the first 2 done in a day. The first one only took me like maybe 2 hours. Second one took me like, I don't know. The 3rd one took me the longest, but it only took me like 6 hours. We're at like 8.5, but I also did have a 2-hour break, so. And I've been talking for like the past 30 minutes, so. But this 4th case I'll finish slowly but surely as the days go on. I should have it done by the time I have off next, so there is that. But yeah. And I guess my last thing I'll make before I go, because I gotta use the bathroom. I don't know if I really like Trucy. Is it Trucy or is it Tracy? No, it's Trucy. I don't know if I like her. I don't hate her. I don't hate her at all. But I don't necessarily like her. She feels almost less helpful than Maya, and Maya already kind of felt not as helpful, but she was able to conjure up spirits, so that automatically gives her points. I'm gonna say Pearl probably being one of the most like best side characters to have. She was like the most important, but Maya was okay. I liked her character a lot. Like, I don't know. I liked Maya a lot. Trucy's alright. She has one good scene with Phoenix at 4-4 and one of the few good too. Okay. Can't wait to see that then. Because Trucy's just, I don't know. She's not like, I wouldn't say, oh, I fucking hate her, but she's just also very bland. Her personality pretty much is, I like magic. Magic? My daddy can't play piano. He's also gone a lot. Did I mention I like magic? You know, the prosecution's got a good point. You do kind of suck. I mean, yeah, that kind of, or actually, I feel something, but I can't see it, but I know you can. I mean, she doesn't really got much going for her besides that. And that brings me on to my next point. Apollo's power, is like, I mean, I like the idea behind perceiving. I mean, it is kind of, and I get how it relates back to poker in the event that, you know, you really have to, you know, watch a poker face and stuff. Finding even the little tiny insignificant movements and stuff can be a big deal with people. But let's say I was on court for some reason. I was on the stand, and I was, you know, testifying about something. And I just had a twitch where I itched the back of my ear. And then Apollo comes along. It's like, ah! Whenever you say this, you twitch. Your ear twitch is like, you got to itch. That's something. No, I have a thing. I don't know. I have a thing I do. This is just a thing I do. I guess that's not really anything bad. I just do it. Like, oh, I see your hands. Your fingers twitching a bit. Oh, sorry. That's just a muscle spasm. That's nothing. Are you sure? Are you sure? You could be lying right there. No, it happens. Hey, you're gulping right there. I choked on my saliva. I kind of need to swallow it down. The point is, like, while I like the idea behind receiving, and I get that, it's the fact for me that it just, in an actual court, it would not fly. Because it just, It just doesn't. Anybody could be doing any little thing for any reason. People fidget. That's people. People have ADHD. People have, like, their own issues. There we go! No, Apollo, I'm not hiding something. I have ADHD. I just want to... That's awesome. That's great. That's great. That's exactly, like, I would say that too. I have ADHD. Why are you looking around the courtroom so weirdly? I'm not stimulated enough. Like, I just need to... I need to move. That's great. I'm glad we had the same thought there. But that's just the thing about this. It's like, perceiving somebody is just, like, at least, like, before you had, like, I wouldn't call it a power because you couldn't call upon it, but you obviously had Maya or Pearl who can conjure up their spirits. But at least later on in the games, you know, you had the Magatoma or whatever that thing was that lets you see people's lies, the Cyclops or whatever. While it was a weird kind of thing, at least I kind of liked I liked the Cyclops at least a bit. I have social anxiety and you're making me really comfortable with your pointy finger and massive forehead. And pointy hair. Don't forget the pointy hair. They look like devil horns. And the devil's evil, so that makes me scared. Don't forget that. Oh no, it's the devil. He won't hurt you, I promise. Like... That's funny. That is funny. Also, I don't think his forehead's that big. Maybe once I see a 3D model of him. I'm gonna look up 3D model. I'm gonna hope I don't spoil myself. I'm gonna do my best to look away. Okay, he doesn't, I mean, he doesn't even look like that bad. I mean, if you moved Phoenix's hair up, somebody could say he's got a huge forehead. Like even more like, whatever. He doesn't know. Whatever. Get out of here, buddy. Okay, I don't want to look any further. So I don't hate the perceiving system. It's kind of cool in some ways, but the fact that it's like only you can perceive this and only a small number of people can. While I kind of can get behind that, where some people are more perceptive than others, I don't think that this is a very unusual thing. Like, in this case, Apollo's actually having his own issues because his eye, like, bugs out and he has, like, issues. And that's, like, his own medical thing to deal with. So, that's on him. That is on him. That's his own issues. But I will get into that later. Not tonight, though. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get going. But more or less, I don't hate the game. I don't hate it. Is it my favorite? No. But I do have a little bit of enjoyment for it. But we'll see. We will see. So, I'll see you all later for this exciting further continuation on the story. I say exciting, but we'll see. I can't wait to see this 4th episode, what it's about, what it's going to happen. If there's going to be any people who say they can speak a language and only that language and lie, or that they're deaf, or they're blind, and it's actually the opposite. But, like, we'll find out. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I did like the 3rd case for having international affairs. That kind of stuff was a bit cool. Getting into that whole thing, kind of cool. I mean, but that's besides the point. I'm going to get going. I'll see you all later.